Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Lilin, LuV, I appreciate the lurk. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I appreciate you. Panda, hello. You are here kind of early, Panda. Are you feeling okay? Also, where the hell did you get that Borderlands 4 badge from? I want that. How did you get the Borderlands 4 badge? Right. We had a few issues after the last stream. On Sunday, I was going through and looking at the Naquita processing line, as I said I was going to do, and making the flowchart for it, and we had a power cut. And that power cut managed to completely corrupt the world. Although it turns out it wasn't actually the world that was corrupted, which I'll explain in a second. But yeah, I got in and the world wouldn't load. After the power cut, I loaded back up and the world wouldn't load. So I restored from a backup, which thankfully was just after the end of the stream on Saturday, so we didn't lose any progress at all, which is good. But then I thought everything was fine, and then I looked at it today just before the stream, and I realized I didn't have any quests at all in any of my worlds. Apparently, the thing that had got corrupted was apparently something to do with the quest, the configs. The FTB quest config files that got corrupted. They were literally just filled with a page full of red boxes saying null, instead of quest data. So just before the stream, I had to download a fresh copy of Monifactory, copy the quests over, and it seems to be fine now. Everything, I think, is as we left it. So yeah, that was fun. Okay, but decided you're waking up at 9 a.m. and the Borderlands 4 thing, you had to watch someone stream playing it? Ah. Damn it, I wish I'd seen that. I do watch a little bit of Borderlands content, usually Jolts do, but usually on YouTube. So I would have missed it anyway, but that sucks. I want that. Yes, power outages are absolutely vile. Thankfully, we didn't lose any data or anything like that, but and thankfully we don't get them very often here, but they are very frustrating when we do. But thankfully we are back. We are good to go. And hang on, let me find. Bear with me here. Let me find the flowchart I made for our Naquita processing. If it'll let me load it. Where are we looking? Flowcharts. I posted this in the Discord, but is this gonna work? Yeah, there we go. That's the Naquita processing line.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
No life RuneScape until your mum wakes up. All right, no worries, Panda. I downloaded RuneScape the other day, and I just haven't got around to playing it yet. I don't know, Freefall. They're still not for me. But yeah, this is the Naquita processing line. So basically, these two chemical reactors are for making the fluoroantimonic acid. That goes into there along with the Naquita dust. I could actually have moved those two around. Naquita dust then gets turned into. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Titanium trifluoride dust. This is one of the reasons we're not doing this today, by the way. Is a lot of this stuff is LuV, and we haven't got that much power yet, so we might need to upgrade our power. And there are a couple of things that run as ZPM as well, which we definitely can't really sustain right now. That's mostly just for the Naquadria, though. But anyway, yeah, you get the Naquita. So that gives you titanium trifluorides, impure enriched Naquita solution, and impure Naquadria solution. Those then get put through centrifuges or an EBF in the case of the titanium trifluoride. and they give you various things back, and then yeah, this just goes through the whole line, and then certain things get reprocessed, and it's a fun line to do. I don't think we're going to have enough space in the little area that I left open for it in order to do it, though. So I might need to rethink that. But apparently today we're getting raided by Ziddick. Welcome, Ziddick. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Ziddikians. How are you doing? Sheepy, Ziddick himself. How was the stream, Ziddick? I was there lurking for most of it, although I was kind of getting sidetracked by other things. Like having to find out where all my quests went in this pack. Eminent, Dab, welcome. You got a mini village for 14, nice. Almost the lowest you can get it, almost. Damn good price though. Yeah, my quest broke. I had a power cut on Sunday, pre-fall. When I loaded the world back up, I went through this a minute ago, but when I loaded the world back up again, it told me that some of the data packs or something were not working or were corrupt. So it wouldn't load the world. So I loaded a backup. The backup loaded fine. I thought it was okay until I came in just before the stream to find out, to make sure, like, see what I was going to be doing today. And then I looked at my quests and they were absolutely empty. Like there was literally no quests in there at all. And then I loaded up my test world, which hadn't been open or anywhere or had anything to do with the power cut. And the quests were empty there as well. It turns out that the quest lines themselves had been corrupted. Hang on, where's Discord? Because yeah, this is what the quests texts are supposed to look like. The world I had, it looked like that. So yeah, that was it's just a lot of red boxes saying null. I don't know how that happened. But I just downloaded a new instance of Monifactory. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I downloaded a new instance of Monifactory and copied the quest data over from there. But I found all this out like 20 minutes before I started the stream. So, not amazing. Hi, Quiet. How you doing? But guys, if you are not already following Ziddick, I think most of the people who are here now were in Ziddick's stream anyway, but if you are not and you are not following, go and do that now. He's awesome. Stories before you're about to stream. Exactly. It's all, you always find out these things right before, mostly because I've got no reason to check, I guess, like another time. So, but thankfully it was a quick fix, so it was fine. But hey, Chloe, how's it going? Fantastic since you're on vacation. It's always nice. How am I? A bit of a headache. I'm starting to become more and more sure that the headaches that I get are cluster headaches, because they seem to come in kind of waves. Like I'll have it like for a good couple of months, 2-3 months maybe. I had nothing, and then over the last week or so, these headaches have come back. And they're always kind of joined by nausea and a pain, I think pretty much always behind my right eye. So yeah, I'm starting to think they are almost certainly cluster headaches. Oh, well, that was kind of them. Siblings really are the gift that keep on giving. Thankfully, mine doesn't live anywhere near me, so she can't pass anything on like that. Yeah, they'll probably be here for a few weeks to a month or two, quiet, and then they'll go away again for a while. But yeah, hopefully you feel better soon, Chloe. Right, this is what we did last Saturday. Yeah, we did this on Saturday. This was our first assembly line. Probably the first of many. We got our first LuV circuits from that. So today, I actually haven't had a chance to make a plan of what we're doing today because I was fixing the issues with the quest. But today we're well into the late game stuff now. So we need to start looking at what we need to do from here. We do need to start looking at making rhodium-plated lumium palladium, because that is what we're going to need for LuV machine hulls, and I'm guessing a lot of the LuV parts as well. That is one of the things we need to do. We need to start looking at better circuits as well, which we do need what do we need for the fiber reinforced epoxy resin sheets? Right, the fiber reinforced epoxy resin sheet is made in a chemical bath, not a chemical reactor. The board itself is made in a chemical reactor though. Other than that, it's very similar to the other substrates you've made so far. This board type unlocks quantum circuits which span tiers 4 through 7. Beautiful. Right, well, these... Well, I'm guessing we've already got those craftable. We do. Yeah, those are craftable already. Okay, so we'll look at getting the circuits improved first. We are probably going to have to look at improving our power gen soon as well. Yeah, it's not a chemical reactor, it's just a chemical bath. Like a spa, just with chemicals. And probably acids. Anyway, right, fiber reinforced circuit boards. Wait. Oh, we actually have the whole thing. Done. We just haven't picked up the additional parts. What do we need? The fiber reinforced circuit board and the reinforced epoxy resin sheet. So we just need one of those. And one of those. And we should get the quest done. There we go. And there we go. Right. Well, that should allow us to start making the third and final tier 4 circuits. Haven't made any MV machines. Currently working on getting your first diodes. I mean, it's not like there's a rush for it, is there? 3-4. Right, okay. So, quantum processors. These we're going to have to start rethinking how we're passiving all of our circuits up to this point as well. That might end up being what we do today. All right, with your new epoxy circuit boards, qubit CPUs, and some standard components, you can make the final type of Tier 4 circuit the quantum circuit. As the best form of Tier 4 circuit, these should be automated and stockpiled. The variant recipe requiring advanced system on chip won't be available until ZPM. Right, so quantum processors. We haven't made any of these yet, have we? Oh, wait, never mind. We've actually been making these for a while. I just haven't actually picked them up at any point. Okay. Let's just grab one of those. How long do these take to make? Because we're kind of using other EV circuits at the moment, but these are going to be cheaper, so I kind of want to get switched over to these. I think I do need to redo my entire... This is all the passive circuit crafting stuff. And most of this can be redone, reworked, and just generally made better at this point. So we'll probably work on this today. We'll just claim all of these quests first. And these are, what, the LuV circuits? Oh, does this mean we can make our first ZPM circuits today as well? Ooh, maybe. Not that we're going to do much with them, but we can make them. There we go. I actually didn't realize I'd actually essentially completed all of these quests at this point. Right, what do we need for these? IV circuit assembler. Oh, these are very much possible. Ooh, okay, let's go and get that recipe sorted out. I can find it. Which ones are we going to want? Can we start making the advanced SMD parts now? Are we already making the advanced SMD parts? Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, cool. This is what happens when you end up playing more than one Greg Tech pack at the same time. You forget what you've done in which pack. Meat Weasel, how you doing? Right, I didn't save that recipe, did I? Right, so we can do this recipe. I don't think we can do the complex SMD parts yet. We need titanium rings for that. Okay, so that is the one we... That, but with tin instead of anything else. All right, that should be the one we want. How's my GTNH playthrough going, by the way? It's going pretty well. Still very much in MV at the moment. I've just cleared out an area for where my kind of probably final base is going to be. I'm getting stuff prepared to kind of move over to there. I made another stack of LV and another stack of MV circuits this morning. So, yeah, things are going all right. Right, do I need the liquid tin in there? I don't need the liquid tin in there, do I? We do need to make HSSG frames, though. Oh, actually, let's do 4 of those. All right, so rods. We seem to run out of space for rods as well. And then we need an assembler with circuit 4. And then that's the large multi-block assembler. All right, so... Wait, no, it's not nano ones, is it? It's quantum we're doing. There we go, quantum processors. This is probably going to take about, like, 5 minutes to complete, but that's fine. Attempted to do some grinding in Pokemon Ruby on your actual GBA. It's meaning you're struggling to actually see the screen. You think you're getting old. You're not getting old yet, Quiet, trust me. You're just not used to looking at such a small screen. That's all. Right, how were we doing for Naquita anyway? And with 5,088 Naquita and 2022 enriched. That's not terrible. Okay, so once we've got this... Oh, this will allow us to make the LuV circuit assembler. And LuV energy. How?
Char 3 hype 2 Char 3 hype 2 Char 3 hype 2.
Code with the 81 months. That's a lot of months. That's what, 9 Twitch babies worth of months? Holy shit. The code, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Can we get some love and hearts in the chats? I need the zombie statue. How you been, Code? Give me my zombie statue. Good, mate. I'm getting headaches back again at the minute, but otherwise pretty good. There we go. Thank you so much, Code. Wait, who are you stood next to? I understand. Stood next to Al. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm starting to become almost certain they're cluster headaches. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. All right, we should have our circuit. Our first ZPM circuit. Fantastic. Right, today is definitely going to be about resorting out the circuits. And the passiving of those. I'm almost not sure it's worth passiving them at this point. Because they are relatively quick to craft, but... I wonder if there's a way I can set this up to work where we just put... Can I make requesters yet? Ooh, technically, yes. We've got a few more bits we've got to make, but we can make ZPM circuits. We're going to need to be able to make LuV robot arms, but that's fine. They take LuV, IV, and EV circuits? That seems like overkill. No, it's definitely Z. Oh dear. Okay, right. So what can we do in terms of improving our circuits crafting? And is it still worth having an individual circuit assembler for each, or is it just going to be easier to make one large circuit assembler? The only thing with the large circuit assembler is that we would need to have a requester. And then we could just set it up on a subnetwork and then request the circuits that we need. And have it all go through the large circuit assembler. But then if you have it all going through one large circuit assembler, then it starts to, then when it's making the higher tier circuits, it then starts to kind of block it off from other circuits being made. Hold on. Right. First of all, let's just see if this is worth doing at all. To start with, we'll get all the final tier. We'll only start passiving them once we get to the final tiers of circuits. I broke that rule with the EV ones, but that's fine. And I think we'll get to a certain point where we can't really do that. If we just check up to IV for now. Oh, we can't do the crystal process yet. We can do up to EV, I guess, at this point. So we're currently using which recipe for these? We're currently using just the recipe with the SMDs. Yeah, I think we're currently using essentially this recipe. Just using the SMD resistors and the SMD capacitors. We can now switch over to this. Because we're already passiving the plastic printed circuit boards. All we'd need is the system on chip. And then fine copper wire and tin bolts. That will mean that we can drop a few of the things. Like we won't need to be making the transistors anymore, or we won't need the transistors, resistors, or capacitors anymore, or probably the CPU chips. We just need to make tin bolts instead, and that will make 6 of them at a time, which is fantastic, honestly. It is twice as many as we're getting now. System on a chip. We can do with phosphorus-doped wafers. Does require a clean room, though. So I think we're going to have to switch over probably to a... Oh, I don't know how I want to do this. So I don't want to use an actual clean room for this, which means we're going to have to use multi-blocks. Oh, I don't know how I want to do this. Actually kind of awkward. Especially since we have everything already automated. What would we actually need in order to do this? I think we might wait until we're a little bit further into LuV just so we can easily make a requester and do it that way. If we do it this way, the plastic printed circuit boards, we're going to need a chemical reactor. Something for making... check these out. Something for making plastic circuit boards, so we'll probably do this. We could probably do this with PBI now, actually. PBI or PTFE will be fine. We need something. We need a chemical reactor there for doing this. We need a bending machine for doing the copper foils. Sulfuric acid we're making anyway. And then another chemical reactor. So a chemical reactor for making the actual circuit boards. And then another chemical reactor for making the printed circuit boards. A cutter and laser engraver for doing the wafers. A wire mill for doing the copper wires. Although, to be honest, we could probably do the wires in just individual machines. Kind of quiet, yeah. It's not far off. And then tin bolts, we just use an extruder for. And then with this, again, we should be able to do the system on a chip versions of these now. Fine red alloy wire. Again, just a wire mill for that and an extruder for that. I just wish we could do the cutter with the cutter and the laser engraver without needing a clean room. I really don't want to have another clean room. Because they kind of ruin the aesthetic of the base. But yeah, that's pretty easy. Again, they use plastic printed circuit boards, so those are fine. These we couldn't. I don't think we can do the SOC versions of these just yet, because we need the Naquita doped wafers for those. Which honestly, we can probably do the Naquita doped wafers now. Oh, that actually wouldn't be that bad. Honestly, it probably could be quiet, in fairness. Although I think it does work. It does work very well just as Minecraft, as a Minecraft mod. So we could arguably do the ASOCs. How would I do the cutter and the laser engraver, though, and keep them from overstocking certain things? Should be easy enough to do, just with level emitters. But yeah, that could make those fine electron wire and platinum bolts are fine as well. Epoxy printed sheets we could do in the same LCRs. That will be fine for those. The EV ones, pretty sure we can't do. Oh no, we can do these as well. Although we would need to. Oh no, wait, we can't. We need a ZPM circuit assembler for those, which means we need ZPM. Not ZPM, ZPM. But we can't do the final tier of those yet. I think what I might do is find another area where we can start making. Just so we can keep this running in the meantime, we'll find another area where we can set up the passive circuit crafting. I'm not sure where that area will be though. Possibly if we could fit it down here. I don't think we've got the space though. This is where a lot of the other passive stuff's going. Although, having it in here wouldn't be an awful idea either, since this is where a lot of the other passive stuff's coming in. Your body's pissed off, so you've had to make toast. That's kind of my go-to when I kind of have to eat. Hmm. I don't know where to put this. Let's go downstairs. Oh, it's not like we haven't got space for things here. Like all this space is kind of gonna get used up for these. Is this still? Oh no, we might not be. Are we still keeping up with processing all of the ores? I don't know. But yeah, that area is kind of earmarked for other stuff. That is a lot of the passive stuff from up there is going to get moved down to there. This is all just random request craft processing stuff. I don't know where to put this. Like, we've got the space. I just don't know where I want to put it. See, this is the kind of stuff I normally plan out before a stream. So I know what I'm doing. Hang on, let's claim that as well. Where did all my other trophies go? Down here. There we go. I think we might just leave this for now, for the time being, and we'll do this once we're a little further into LuV. And then we'll just continue down this line with the rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. And potentially starting to look at the crystal processing units as well. Which require olivine plates or emerald plates. Helium and raw crystal chips. The raw crystal chips, I remember being an interesting thing to craft. Because you need... Look at the raw crystal chip. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, okay. But you need liquid europium for it, which means we need a fusion reactor before we can do that. Uh-huh. We got a lot of stuff to do here. Anyway, let's start on the rhodium-plated aluminum palladium first. So, in order to make rhodium-plated aluminum palladium, unsurprisingly, we need palladium, rhodium, and aluminum. Makes sense. In an IV mixer, pretty sure we should have all of this. Yeah, we've got like 7,000 palladium plus 1,300 crushed palladium as well. So that is fine. And that is, as most of them are, circuit one. I should probably check how much rhodium we have. Oh, we're all right for rhodium in a minute. So the first two, gallium arsenide powder. Nice. Did I go past the mixer? Or would we be better off just doing this in here? I don't know, actually. This will get us 6 ingots in 270 seconds. Making the dust would take 20 seconds. Actually, it'll be less than 270 seconds for that, but making the dust will take 20 seconds. Plus 20 seconds for each one, so... Well, actually, it'll be... about 30 seconds for all of them. About 50 seconds to make all that. Since we'll be running 4 of these at the same time at LuV. Yeah, I think this way is going to be better then. Okay, right. Let me find the mixer. We should already have argon in there. I do need to double check that we can cool these without any issues. Yeah, it just goes in the EV vacuum freezer. That's fine. Right, if we just request 32 of those for now. See how long this takes. There's a man in the middle of the seat in this game who says, you're a Pokemon fanatic, aren't you? In a Pokemon game. Yes, Ziddig did dump you here again, dead man. You know you love it. Right, I want to know how long these are going to take. Yeah, 20 seconds each. Doing 4 at the same time. That'll be fine. Okay, so that will give us the rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. We're also going to need polyphenylene sulfide as well. So polyphenylene sulfide is dichlorobenzene, oxygen, and sodium sulfide. Which gives us 1.5 buckets of it and some salt. Where do we get sodium sulfide from? Sodium and sulfur. I mean, that makes sense. How are you doing anyway, dead man? There you go. There's our first rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. Oh, I'll tell you what I am going to do, actually. I think I am going to make at least a few of these ZPM circuits for now. If we just make it so we've got 16 of them. If we make 15, that should be good. And then we've just got, we'll have those for when we need them. Very tired but alive, you think? I mean, you're typing reasonably well for somebody who could potentially be dead. Or at least not alive. So I think you probably are alive. Right, okay, polyphenylene sulfide. What do we need to set up for this? Again, this is going to be another one of those ones where we're going to have to passive this, isn't it? Like, do we need a lot of polyphenylene sulfide sheets? What are these even used for? Oh, higher tier cable. So we do need a little bit, but probably not a huge amount. Am I sure? I'm never sure of anything there, man. We have space. Probably haven't got space over here for this, have we? No, maybe though. There we go. There's our yeah, that stuff. Rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. Although, why am I 4 short? Oh, it's still freezing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so polyphenylene sulfide. I'm probably going to need... I might just do this in individual chemical reactors rather than an LCR. I mean, we don't need huge amounts of this. We just need a little bit. Sodium sulfide is, again, made in a chemical reactor, just an LV one. What about dichlorobenzene? How are we doing for dichlorobenzene? We have got 10,000 of it, and more importantly, where are we getting dichlorobenzene from? I'm assuming we're just... Where the hell am I getting dichlorobenzene from? And why have I got 10,000 buckets of it? Wait, we should be over... If it's anywhere, it'll be over here. Not in there. Where am I getting dichlorobenzene from? I'm pretty sure I'm making it with chlorine and benzene somewhere. But I have no clue where. This is the downside to having so many passive things like this. You have no idea what's being made where. That's making liquid tin. Where the hell am I making this? This, I think, is making rocket fuel. Well, it's not labelled. That's making hydrogen for us. I'm getting dichlorobenzene from somewhere, and I don't know where. It must be Chloe. I have no idea where else I'd be getting it from. What the shit? I genuinely don't know where I'm getting this from. This is doing all of our fuels. What do I use dichlorobenzene for? Wait, hold on. Hold on. That's wait, we're already making polyphenylene sulfide. Wait, what? When did I do that? It's got to be up here then, right? Somewhere. Yeah, that's making polyphenylene sulfide. So I've already got this set up. Hold on. When the hell did I set this up? Oh, I need a bucket of the stuff, not... What the fuck? I have no idea when I did this. Hold on. Wait. Oh, what we do need to do, though, is turn that off. Oh, I've got a bucket in there. Perfect. Okay. Right. There we go. Right. There we go. I don't remember setting that up. I also still don't know where the dichlorobenzene's coming from. I can only... No, that's polyvinyl butyl. I am so very, very confused. What the... Yeah, dichlorobenzene's coming into there, but where am I making dichlorobenzene? And why have I got 10,000 buckets of it? Okay, this is kind of confusing. Oh, there's all my circuits anyway. Stainless steel dust, that's tungsten steel dust, tungsten carbide. I am so confused. I'm clearly getting it from somewhere. What else is it used for? Phenol oxygen to make... No, it's not, I'm not using it there. I'm only using it for polyphenylene sulfide. Which normally, if I'm making something in just using it in just one place, I will have just everything in that one area. Okay, I am this really is a mystery. I've got no idea where I'm getting it from. I feel I could have sworn I was getting it from some kind of distillation process. But it's not showing up. So... all of the passive stuff is over here. Like, as far as I'm aware. That was converting methane into hydrogen. This it? No, that's making sodium potassium. That's centrifuging rare earth. That's making gravel, sand, and dust. Chlorine, hydrogen, sodium hydroxide, oxygen. Not sure what that was making. Nope. I'm so confused. This is all flatline stuff, so it won't be there. Diaminobenzidine. This is all stuff for PBI, so it shouldn't be here. I am getting chlorine and sending chlorine and benzene here, though. Oh, dichlorobenz... Oh, no, that's dichlorobenzidine. Not dichlorobenzene. What the fuck is it coming from? That's making chlorobenzene, which is also chlorine and benzene. No. The only way you can get it, these are the only ways you can get it. Using a chemical reactor with chlorine and benzene. I haven't made iron 3 chloride. So this is the only way we can get it. I guess maybe I am doing it. Maybe, no, maybe you're right, actually. Because I was making hydrochloric acid somewhere, wasn't I? You might actually be right. Where was I making that hydrochloric acid? Send your first 16 diodes? GG. Right, now the next thing is, where the hell was I making hydrochloric acid? That's not that. How are we doing for the XP juice now? Right, this is just going to be the entire stream now, just me trying to figure out where the hell I made stuff. I do remember... Oh, wait a minute. Wait. We are making... Ah, here we go. Yeah, there it is. You were right, quiet, yep. I mean, at least that's that mystery solved. Need a blueprint at this point. But yeah, there is a hell of a lot of where the fuck is this coming from, especially getting once you get to this point. Run out of aluminium again, but next day will be installed in the circuit maker into the A2. Nice. Okay, right. Now that that mystery has been solved, let's make some LuV machine holes. We do need the rhodium-plated aluminum palladium plates. Wait, hang on. We want this, don't we? Do I have PTFE going into the... I have got PTFE going into the assembler, right? I'm pretty sure I do. How many? How many need that? Okay, we're starting to run out of or we will start to run out of spots for plate recipes soon at this rate. Wait a minute. Did I never? Why am I making all the machine casings? HV input bus. Where? Oh, did I not label that? I did not. I wonder I couldn't find it. There we go. That's better. All right, and then... Oh, I should have checked whether we had PTFE in here. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure we do, but... Yeah, we've got PTFE in there. Okay, cool. Right. We can make our first LuV holes. Let's just make a few of them. Only 16 more recipes to add, so you have everything for a pattern. GG. You're getting there. You now got to feed your giant brain with breakfast. Been out while I cook. All right, no worries, quiet. Enjoy the breakfast. All right, am I going to have to passive niobium titanium as well? Possibly. So many EBFs. How many have we got already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's, yeah, that is past 1. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 doing passive stuff. Oh, no, 16 if you, because there's a titanium one as well, isn't there? Off to the side. There we go. Our first LuV holes. Fantastic. Right, with rhodium-plated palladium, niobium titanium, and polyphenylene sulfide, you can now make holes for ludicrous voltage. Great tech machines. Why, thank you. More coins that I will probably never use. Okay, so you are still locked. Why are you still locked? Assembly line, LuV machine holes, first tier 7 circuits, advanced LuV materials. Ah. Raridia, oh, we've already had Raridia and niobium titanium, and all of these things, in fact. We just haven't had the ingots. I've played Star Technology up to a certain point, and then I got sidetracked by something else. I did enjoy what I played, though. At least there were certain things I enjoyed. There were a few bits that were seemed a little odd in their decision making for it, but I did enjoy what I played, especially the ore processing for it and the actual ore generation, the resource generation for it. I really enjoyed the way they kind of laid that out. All right, so let's get all these things into our inventory at least once. Like Reddit. Post A pushback, you haven't touched it. Yeah, that's kind of put me off going back a little bit from the little bits that I've heard of that from their changes to AE. But I imagine it's going to be one of those things where if I restart, which I would do, it wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's been changing a lot. Like I first played it when it first came out. And then I started playing it again a few months back. And it had changed massively in that time, and I think it's still changing by the looks of things. What else do we need? Niobium, titanium. I'll tell you what, it's supposed to be coming out in, 4 days now? The release version of all the mods Tend to the Sky. The wireless chargers only work for RF-based things, unfortunately. I don't think there is a Greg Tech variant. I could be wrong, though. Oh, I need to go and check on my ore processing again, don't I? What are we still missing? Osmiridium and samarium. Oh, we got the Oh, wait, no, that's osmium. We need osmiridium. I will probably play all the mods Tend to the Sky. I don't know if I'll do it on stream or not, but I'm just gonna wait for the osmiridium, and then that'll be that quest done. Do I want to start stuff going for more Naquadah? I kind of do. Right, if we get another... Let's just set off another 20 of these, if we can. So the advanced drilling kits... And then the HSSE drill heads. And then... So what, 320 stabilized plutonium? We have so much plutonium at the moment, it's ridiculous. How have the streams been going, by the way, Chloe? Come on, osmiridium. What are we waiting on? What are we waiting on? Oh, did I do the osmiridium in... I think I did the osmiridium in the ABSs instead, didn't I? That would explain it. There we go. Quest complete. Wonderful. Right, coming into ludicrous voltage, many new advanced materials will be required to craft items and components. Most of these materials require RTM alloy coils. Ruridit is an alloy of ruthenium and iridium. It is used in LuV components alongside HSSS. Niobium titanium is the main LuV cable material. Later on, large quantities are required for wetware circuits. Vanadium gallium is the main ZPM cable material, but it is used now as an advanced conducting material for certain recipes. Osmiridium, not from the ore, is used to make the ludicrous voltage coil. LuV tier energy IO. It is later used to make ZPM components. Indium, tin, barium, titanium cuprate is a LuV superconductor. Its uses are more limited, but it is used in places like the fusion reactor. Finally, samarium is used for LuV plus motors. It is obtained from rare earth. These materials take a long time at high temperatures to smelt, so find a way to keep stock of them. I am going to have to do that. They've been alright, super exhausting, but helping a lot with your social issues. You do keep trying to get a schedule going, but it's 2 Mondays in a row. You've not felt up to it. To be fair, like I'm kind of the same. Like I've missed so many streams, due to just not being kind of not having the energy, like mentally or physically, to do it. So I wouldn't feel bad about not about kind of missing a few streams. Just enjoy the times that you are streaming. Like, don't worry about the missing a few. Like, a schedule is good, but your health is more important. Right. With your rhodium-plated palladium, God, that's hard to say. Base machine hulls, assembling machine built, and quantum processor mainframes squared away, you can finally get on the path to making a ludicrous voltage circuit assembling machine. I don't need a ludicrous volume circuit assembling machine. I just need a ludicrous voltage energy hatch, but that's fine. This tier of assembling machine unlocks crystal circuits as well as handling crafting recipes up to 32,768 EU per tick. It can also optionally overclock recipes that consume up to 8,192 EU per tick for improved speed at the cost of relatively more power. Alternatively, you can make an LuV energy hatch and use the large circuit assembling factory instead, which is what we're going to be doing. Right, LuV energy hatch. We do need to scan an IV energy hatch, which we've got a 4 amp, which is not any use. We need one of those. Oh, I just had a thought. Did I? I didn't. Oh, no. Oh, I did. I forgot that I'd set everything up to automatically output to here, haven't I? Yeah. So as we're making those, it will just automatically give the outputs there. That's fine. Okay. So what else are we going to be missing from this? HPLC chips, ludicrous voltage coils, which I'm pretty sure we won't have, and even titanium cables. I think everything else there we have. I think we have the HPLC wafers. Yeah, we do the HPLC chips. Have officially stopped progressing. That happens. There's going to be periods of time, like I get them all the time when playing through this, and it's not a bad thing. Like, just it's a good thing to just stop every now and then just take the time to work on infrastructure and get everything set up and working, and in a way that you can easily kind of expand later on. But anything that you know you need a lot of, just set it up to passively craft. There's very few situations where that's going to be a bad thing. Right. Scan this. How long are you going to take? 30 seconds. That's not too bad. And then that will allow us to make wetware circuits, apparently. Right, the fourth and final tier 5 circuits with your crystal CPUs. I don't have crystal CPUs yet. I should probably look at that, shouldn't I? Oh, okay. So we can't quite do those yet. We need crystal processing units, which need... Okay, right. Let's also start looking at Naquita-doped monocrystalline silicon balls as well. All right. The Naquita-doped ball produces even more wafers per ball. It also is relatively cheap due to the abundance of Naquita that is gained from the Tier 5 microminer mission. That is very true. This ball also allows the production of advanced system-on-chip wafers, which are used to make the final forms of quantum and nanocircuits very cheaply. However, you might not be able to take advantage of the advanced system-on-chip yet due to the power requirements. I'm kind of thinking... I don't know whether to... I still don't know what to do about circuits at the minute. Whether I want to... whether I want to kind of change up my passive generation of them, or whether I want to just kind of try and get everything sped up to a point where we can just make them quick enough as request crafts rather than passively crafting them. Which I think with most things in this world, maybe we start passively generating not the circuits themselves, but certain components for them. Especially things like the system on chips that take a little while to craft. Where are they? So if we looked at, say, these, for example, like that takes 45 seconds to craft. 22.5 at IV, 11.25 at LuV. And then these take 45 seconds as well. What it might be an idea to do is, rather than have this full setup, like this whole setup that we've got down there, just set it up for making various components that we need for them, and then craft the circuits themselves on demand. I think that's the way I'm going to go about it. I think that's a better way of doing it as well. Right, you should be done now, right? You are done. Right, it's going to stick you in our ass line. And we'll make the recipe for... Wait, what are we making the recipe for now? Oh yeah, LuV energy hatch. Soldering alloy, sodium, potassium, which we have. Yeah, the only thing... Oh, that's what we haven't done. Hold on. Do I have... Okay, I do have the LuV. The universal circuits. Okay, hold on. I'm going to make sure we're using the right thing in that, though. Quantum processor supercomputer, which is... Yeah, it is the one we're using. Okay, good. Right, so... LuV energy hatch. Let's switch that out. Yeah, the only thing we're not making at the moment is the LuV coils. And that needs to be made... Does need to be done at LuV. Do I have... Oh, wait. Wait. Wait a minute. I can't do LuV recipes in here yet. How am I getting that? Because we need an LuV. So I'm going to have to make an actual LuV assembler before I can do this. Or can we get... No, I am actually going to have an LuV assembler, because you can only have one energy hatch in a large assembler. Just to avoid people being able to kind of skip power tiers. So we are actually going to have an LuV assembler for this, which kind of sucks. Because we've got to go do all of this as well. Okay, right. I don't think there's any way around this. I think no matter what we do, we need an LuV assembler at one point just to make these. It's a little annoying that we have to make this literally just for this one craft. And that's it. You said the first few things are automatic now. You will transfer things to passive when you have the first two base patterns. Honestly, Guitar, one piece of advice I would give, obviously don't change the way you're playing if you're comfortable with how you're doing it, but setting things up to be passive generally is a good idea to prioritize that over making things request craftable. Certainly for things like, for materials you're going to use a lot of, because it'll make it easier to set up that request crafting if you have the materials available. Alright, so we're going to need an IV robot arm as well. That's pretty much was one of my first as well. Well, if you don't count the uh, sugarcane and automating the fuel or the steam. Words are hard. Well, that's the whole point of passive crafting, I guess. I can understand getting frustrated with manual crafting. No, that's fair. If it's working for you, then it's the right way to do it. No, just because the way that I do it works for me doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the same for you. So always take any suggestions like this from me. Always take them with a pinch of salt. Like, if you think it's something that will work for you, then fantastic. If not, so be it. Right, I'm going to order like another 8 of these, just so we've got them available and I don't have to keep waiting for them. Oh, right. There we go. There's a robot arm. Come on, just give me one more data stick. Come on. There we go. Thank you. All right, so let's go and put you in there along with that. So we need to have recipes for both of these. That is an expensive recipe. What's it is all that HSSS? I'm gonna have to get the HSS stuff. Even just the dusts, I think are gonna need to be passived. So let's get that set up today as well. All right, so LuV circuit and that's IV, right? Yeah. Niobium titanium is fine. Oh, we've got to do the piston as well. Right, and small gear recipe. And then the gear recipe. Wait, really? 8 ingots for an HSS? Why is it so many more ingots to make a gear out of HSSS? What the shit? We're going to just do these in 2s then, I guess. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. If we're going to do it, we're going to end up needing more of these anyway, so... do it 4s instead. Okay, so that's all of that. We just need the recipe for the LuV piston, and that should be fine. Okay, right. So the piston, we need an IV piston. As you get into H3, the oil processing will get a big redo. That is the best time to do it. I've got to say that is one of the things that I love about GTNH now compared to last time I played it. You can now fortune the ores. Okay, we definitely need to get HSSS. Passive. Sorry, I just trailed off for a second. Welcome back, Quiet. All right. Rods. We are running out of space for rods. And then HSSS plates. All right, once we've got these set up, I'm going to go and set up at the very least, the dusts to be passived. We're definitely going to need like everything eventually, though. I think that's all fine. I should have the data stick for this as well now. Okay. Let's see. So, did I start making a recipe for the conveyor yet? I don't think I did I? No, so we still need the conveyor recipe. The robot arm recipe should be fine now. Wait, that's not the one we need at the minute, is it? It's this. That's we don't need styrene butadiene rubber though. We need. Oh, do I? Oh, I have to have styrene butadiene rubber. Shit, I forgot that was coming up. Okay, right. There's more passive crafting to do. Well, let's get this set up, and then we won't be able to make it yet because we haven't got styrene butadiene rubber, but we can set that up to passively craft as well. Right, what do we need for styrene butadiene rubber? Raw styrene butadiene rubber and sulfur, funnily enough. Sulfur we got plenty of. Raw styrene butadiene rubber we get from butadiene, styrene, and air. Butadiene, I'm pretty sure we do have. Yeah. Styrene, not so much. Okay. It does. I can't remember what. I think it's black steel. Not for the angel ring itself, but for the crafting table. You need black steel plates. Which you need... Can't do it in there. Yeah, you need an MV chemical bath. For the black steel. Okay. Styrene butadiene rubber. Raw styrene butadiene rubber we get from... Butadiene we have, air or oxygen we have or can get. Styrene we get from ethyl benzene. Do we have ethyl benzene? We have dimethyl benzene. That's not much use though. Right, let's do this. All right, so styrene butadiene rubber. That is the recipe we're going to be using. Butadiene we have, oxygen we have, styrene. We're going to need ethyl benzene. Ethyl benzene we can get from coal gas. Okay, so time to set up yet another distillation tower. And that also gets us coal tar, which I'm not bothered about processing yet. All right, so we need another distillation tower. It's coal gas we're doing this from, right? Yeah. Is that the only way to get ethyl benzene? It really is. Okay. Right. Maintenance hatch. And there was what? 4 outputs? Is there any item outputs? There is coke dust as an item output. Let's go your MV stuff built out enough to have the chemical bath. Should make the ring. I mean, I would. You don't need to. There are jetpacks kind of like prior to that. Yeah, there are jetpacks like kind of prior to that that you could make, but I just think for me, I just went straight for the angel ring. I like my creative flights. All right, do we need this any faster? I don't think we need this any higher than MV. I think I will put it at EV just because then we can use peer-to-peer for powering it, but do we need any additional? We're going to need something for coal tar, aren't we? And ethyl benzene. I think ammonia and carbon dioxide we've got storage for already. Yeah, ammonia we do. Yeah, coal tar we don't. Or benzene we don't. Carbon dioxide we do. And I'm assuming we don't have any for coke dust. No, just coke. Okay, so we're going to have to do one for coke dust as well. It's not overly useful, no. Although you can use it, you can electrolyze it into carbon, I guess. And it can be used to smelt a bunch of items should you need it. But no, you're pretty much right. It's pretty useless. Which is why we're probably only going to put it in a 1K cell. You can use the carbon to make steel, but you may as well just use charcoal of that. It's just as easy to come by. I have got 32,000 coke already, isn't I? Which we have absolutely no use for. Anyway, right, what am I doing? Right, we need an EV energy hatch. All right. EV energy hatch. What else do we need? Got maintenance. Got the energy hatch. Got output buses. Import. Every time I forget an import hatch. Every single time. That's probably not going to be enough casings, but we'll see. All right, and we do have space down here. I swear, these distillation towers are getting smaller and smaller. Also, I need to redo all of these distillation towers to get rid of these and put ME hatches on all of them. That is something for another day, though. All right, that's right. And if we do the output bus there, output hatches, import hatch, and energy hatch can go down there. Hey, maybe we'll have enough. Perfect. All right. You tell me he doesn't like you now. I've got to do some like major cleanup of the cabling down here as well. There's so much that it just isn't needed anymore. I think we'll do that once we... Because at some point in the not too distant future, we're going to have to take another short break to do some building work. And just some overall kind of refactoring of things. Right, what did I need storage for? Coal tar. So if we do a 16k for coal tar, 16k for ethyl benzene, and then just a 1k for the coke dust. Since very little use for that. How's your back doing today anyway, Quiet? Oh, agreed. There is always something to do. That is not where that was meant to go. So, coal tar. Ethyl benzene. And coke dust. I'd love to know how many storage cells we have now. Quite a few. Back's okay. You made sure to sit properly in your chair yesterday. Still can't believe you threw your back out to a point of needing urgent care. That, yeah, it is a little concerning. I am glad that your boss was like seemingly pretty decent about it though, so that's one positive. Oh wait, this means I'm gonna need an LuV hatch for my shits. For the substation. Or an LuV dynamo hatch. Oh, that's going to be fun to do, isn't it? Okay. But we are going to need that before we can really do too much here. Okay, so we should just be able to output the coal gas. And we can start getting our ethyl benzene. Beautiful. Need help finding a new keyboard and mouse? Apparently shops sell them. You might find one there. As far as actual kind of makes, models, and what have you, I'm not sure. I need to find a new keyboard myself. Mine is... it doesn't work very well these days. Certain bits of it just keep stopping. All right, so what do we actually need here? We need the chemical reactor to turn the ethyl benzene into styrene. We have literally no other use for ethyl benzene, so I don't know why I did a 16k cell for it. We could have got away with a 1k one. Only thing is you want it pink, but you can't find one you like. Honestly, I don't think I need a 16k one for the styrene either, since I think the styrene is literally just used for... Yeah, it's literally just used for making the raw styrene butadiene rubber. In fact, do I even need... Do I even need a storage cell for this? No. Well, no, I do need a storage cell, but we'll just do a 1K storage cell, and we won't have... Oh, no, I can't do that, though, can I? I was going to say, and we won't have a an overflow on it, but we kind of have to. Ah, hell. I think I should be able to do all of this within a single LCR. Or maybe it would it? No, it would have to be... Oh no, if we do an LCR and just a regular chemical reactor. An LCR for making the styrene butadiene rubber and the liquid styrene butadiene rubber. We have those in the same LCR. And then we have the styrene being made in a single block machine. That way the styrene will only ever go down into the LCR, never be stored anywhere. No, I'm not sure a pink one would really go with the rest of my anything, really. Pink's definitely not my color. Right, how am I going to do this? One way or another, I'm going to need a large chemical reactor. I would like to see if I can do this in a single one. Because again, like, we don't really need to store the raw styrene butadiene dust. Like, the only use for this is turning it into liquid rubber. So there's no point in storing it anywhere. But how could I do this in a single... Do I even want to do this in an LCR? Do I need to do it in an LCR? Could I just use 3 single block chemical reactors? I actually think that's a better way of doing it. Yeah, we'll just use 3 single block EV chemical reactors. Wait, it does need to be 3 chemical reactors, right? Chemical reactor, chemical reactor, chemical reactor. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need the LCR. Just need 3 of those. Okay. The brand is Red Thunder. Right, so the next thing, the fuck are we going to put this? I think we need to start putting more stuff downstairs. So far, I've been trying to keep it like nice and neat with similar types of recipes in the same areas. I think... Yeah, we'll start down here. I still need to remember to do the HSS, I think it was, we needed to do. Well, we should be able to set this up like that. Oh, although would I need... No, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. I think. Yeah, that'll work. That'll be fine. All right, so... the cable will come up from there. Power coming in at the back. Level emitters here. So I guess the top one is going to be... It's going to take the ethyl benzene. Turn that into styrene and a little bit of hydrogen. Is there anything that's going to need to input? This is just going to have to input the sulfur, and we'll take the styrene butadiene rubber dust. Okay, maybe we will store the styrene, butadiene, rubber dust. At least small quantities of it. Just because it's going to make life a little easier. So we're not... I guess it's not going to make a difference, is it? No, we won't store it. We won't need to. I was just thinking inputting into it. If we input directly from the machine above, it's going to overfill it. But we could just use robot arms to limit that, so that's fine. And then the previous bit is just fluids being input, so we can just use a regulator to input the fluids. And then that just outputs the styrene, butadiene, rubber dust, which we can pull into the machine below. And then the only thing we aren't going to have in our system already is the styrene. We'll just output the ethyl benzene to... Oh. How are we going to output the hydrogen from there as well? I might just have to use a pump and a regulator there as well. I feel like we need something better than an LV fluid regulator, though. For these, MV has been working fine for us for everything else, so... Let's go with MV ones for the time being. So I have to remember, does a flawless quartz spud get worse from being broken without silk touch? Yes, it does. You can't silk touch it either. Silk touch doesn't help. So it will still degrade with silk touch. There we go. Pretty sure it does. If broken with a regular pickaxe, burning surface blocks will degrade by 1 tier. If broken with a pickaxe enchanted with silk touch, they will not degrade unless they were flawless. So, yeah. So, unless they're flawless. So, flawless ones will degrade. Yeah, but if you look at that, they will not degrade unless they were flawless. Which means if they are flawless, they will degrade. Life, hello, how you doing? This means that flawless budding surface blocks cannot be picked up and moved with a pickaxe. You can charge RF tools in GregTech chargers, by the way. So if you make one, you will be able to charge it in just a regular GregTech charger. Or just by, you should be able to charge them as well just by putting them in machines. Have I got anything that needs power here? Or maybe not. I could have sworn you could... Hold on. Oh, if I go near my terminal, it's going to charge it from the bloody wireless terminal. I'm curious about this now. Where the hell is it? Yeah, no, you can charge them in the turbochargers, but you can't charge them in the machines, it seems. So I thought you could do that. No, that's fair, Guitar. You could always just wait until HV till you get to HV and then make a flawless one. Yeah, the machines can charge GregTech batteries. They can also charge things like the Omni Breaker as well. Although I think it will only charge... Will it only charge in... Yeah, it'll only charge in, like, IV tier ones. Been pretty okay. Bad because you're pretty sick, but good because you found the motivation to work on your mod pack again. Nice. But yeah, hopefully you do feel better soon. Right, what was I've lost track of what I was doing now. Oh, regulators. I'm gonna make a few of those for now. It has a crystal fixer, but it can't make flawless crystals. Right. I need interfaces. Didn't I have a shitload of interfaces? Oh, there they are. Never mind. I still did. I'm just going mad. That's not the right side, though, is it? These need to go on the other side. Is that the way I normally do it? Yeah. Working sinus infection. You're hoping to get to the doctor later and fiance after your fiance gets off work. I will keep my fingers crossed that you manage to see them and actually get some help. All right. So, we're probably not gonna need that there. I'm gonna need that there. Probably not. Anyway, right. We need. First things first, this needs to be... Oh, we need fluid filters as well. Right, so first things first, ethyl benzene. Oh, the ethyl benzene, we don't need a regulator on there, do we? We just need a pump on there. Oh, this is actually going to be kind of awkward, isn't it? Because I need to output the styrene and the ethyl I need to output the styrene and the hydrogen from here. But the styrene needs to go down to the bottom, and we need to not output, and we need the hydrogen to go back out into the interface. That's going to be awkward because if we have a pump on here pulling the hydrogen from the pulling the ethyl benzene from the interface into the machine, we can push back out that way, but we haven't got a way of blocking the styrene from going out of there. And I don't know whether it prioritizes the auto-pushing mechanics of the machine or if it prioritizes, say, a cover of some description. I don't know which it prioritizes. Because we don't want the styrene getting pushed back into the interface. And that is my concern. On the bright side, you get some good planning done out for your pack. I think you solved your problem of only having the main block click to get essence, but it does mean making a secondary block that acts as a proxy to the main block. Is that much of a problem? Hang on, if I put the pump on there, Now, we want to import into there. Can I filter what gets pushed back out of here? No, I can't filter what gets pushed out of there. I guess we have to have storage for the styrene then. And we'll just have to push both the hydrogen and styrene back out into the ME system. That's fine. That's doable. Not the way I would have chosen to do it, but it'll work. All right, so import ethyl benzene. Do we need a circuit at all here? We do not. In that case, this is going to come up there, and we're going to need to shut this off when we have a certain amount of styrene. Speaking of kind of finding solutions to problems, I finally got a little bit of work done over the weekend on, well, I say a little bit of work, a little bit of planning on something that I've been wanting to do for a while in terms of kind of, I've had this idea like thing for years for the stream that I want to try and do as much of my kind of overlay and scenes and everything like that. I want to see what I can do with it, including things like alerts and anything else I can think of. I want to see how much I can do using purely HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And some of the graphical ideas and some of the ideas for graphics and things I've been trying to, because I want it to all to be interactive in some way, which the HTML and CSS helps with, because that's a lot easier to do stuff like that with. So I want things like, say when it's on like the starting soon screen, you've got or the be right back screen, you've got the kind of like the graphics bits there. That will all be made out of CSS, but I'll be able to kind of have that slightly automated, like slightly animated in some way, shape, or form. There's a few things I'd like Quiet to help out with for a few things as well. But I could also say if we get a like somebody resubs or subscribes or something while it's on that screen, I can have the whole kind of the accent colors change based on what happens, and there's a whole bunch of other ideas for that I have for things like the idle game with the stream that I've wanted to do for ages. And things for like hype trains and stuff like that. Like I can add pretty much anything I want to it and have it kind of be interacted with via chat and via what's going on in there. No, there's a bit of a graphical idea, like an idea that I have for like the starting soon and be right back screens and stuff like that. But I love the idea of the thing being the whole overlays and everything like that being interactive. One of the things that I did want to do though was oh god, I've scratched something on my leg and I'm bleeding. That's not good. One of the things I wanted to do was have slightly more interesting alerts. Where I want to have some kind of graphical glitch effects and things. I want to kind of lean more into the whole kind of cyberpunky kind of aesthetic. It's not bad. It was just a little kind of cut I have from before. I just scratched it off. It's fine. But yeah, I want to lean more into the kind of like the cyberpunky kind of aesthetic, and have like kind of they have the alerts but kind of glitchy effects. But the way alerts are done normally, like you could have like kind of like little animated kind of borders and things around them, but the text itself is generally fairly static. You can animate it to move around, but the text itself just looks essentially like static text. and I want to be able to change that so I can kind of animate the text and move the text, kind of do some interesting kind of like glitch effects and graphical effects with the text. So it'll just kind of affect like the name of the person resubscribing or cheering or what have you, which you can't really do with most things. So I've kind of had that idea, and I was playing around with some of the ideas about how I could make that work, which I wasn't sure they would be able to work, but they can. So I have some messing around to do in the future. But I have a bunch of things I want to do. It's just the trouble at the minute is just finding the motivation and the energy to do it. If we just keep, say, 128 buckets of this in stock, I will. I'm not sure. I still haven't figured out exactly what it is. I might message you later. But it's most of it is just because I want something that's unique to my stream. I could just go and kind of go to one of the sites that do some absolutely amazing kind of overlays and kind of scene things, and I could just go and buy one from there. But I want something that's unique to this stream. So if I'm going to do it, I'd like to do it properly. And plus, it'll help me kind of learn a lot more about how to do the things that I want to do. Oh yeah, this isn't actually connected, so it's not going to do anything yet, is it? Hold on. Let me connect this first. It's a kind of like aesthetic that I just like really enjoy. And I think it definitely suits the character as well, like the character that you kind of created, Quiet. Like it definitely suits that. All right, so we need to output ethyl benzene to there. Beautiful. All right, we need peer-to-peers. Exactly, cyborg me. Right, you should now be working. We can probably slow you down a little bit. Because you're actually pretty fucking fast. Okay, cool. But yeah, I like the idea of things being more interactive and more kind of affected by what's going on in the stream or in chat. YouTube's down. I know there was gonna be some issues. It's still loading for me. But I know there was going to be some issues because the UK. Oh god, I'm sorry. Because the UK is they're changing some of the laws, and you kind of have to be able to give ID to be able to watch certain content, and a lot of people are very pissed off about this. Understandably so. I can't remember when that's coming into effect though. Yeah, YouTube seems fine for me as well. Maybe it could potentially be a regional thing for you, Quiet. Right, let me get rid of that and that now. We don't need those. Right, so this, we need butadiene, styrene, and oxygen. You know what? It might actually be a better idea to use an export bus for this. Just so we don't like overuse anything, like we can always keep a certain amount of stuff in stock. So like butadiene, we want to always keep. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing that there. Oh, wait, no, this is fine, because we don't need to output anything back into the ME system, do we? We want to, let's just say we always want to keep, say, 512 buckets of butadiene. I don't know how much we have at the minute, actually. We did look. Oh, 19. Okay, let's keep like 1,024 buckets, just in case we need it for anything else. And then styrene, it doesn't really matter. We'll keep a bucket in stock just in case. And oxygen, we want to make sure we keep plenty of oxygen. So 32 buckets worth, 32,000 buckets worth, right? Should be fine. And that should output those. If we put a couple of acceleration cards in there as well. A video last night you wanted to reference for Warframe building? Okay, cool. Right. So do we need... We do not need a circuit for this. What we might need to do, though... We are going to need robot arms for this. So we're going to need to have a... Oh, this is actually going to be kind of awkward. Ah, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Robot arm there, robot arm there. Need a couple of filters. And that is going to export and keep exactly a stack of styrene butadiene rubber in there. And that is going to import and keep exactly a stack of sulfur in there. And that is going to output sulfur. I'm going to underclock this as well, I think. I want most of this underclocked. Right, so that's, and that will give us styrene butadiene rubber. But we do need to have a storage cell for styrene butadiene rubber still. Get that sorted. We are going to need more of those as well. Liquid styrene butadiene rubber. There we go. Okay. So, stay you away. Put you away. Then we need an emitter. Which we might be waiting a minute for, apparently, because I'm guessing we've got to wait till the overflow destruction cards are done. There we go. All right. Hang on there. We need a machine controller. And then styrene butadiene rubber. How much do we want to store of this? Say 512 buckets? That should be fine. And then let's give these power. Okay, maybe this does want to be overclocked. Because I didn't realize that was quite so slow. Oh yeah, 24 seconds at HV. Okay, that wants to be overclocked as well. There we go. And then we just got to feed those out there. And we have our styrene butadiene rubber. Beautiful. Okay. What was I doing that for again? I think it was the conveyors, right? Yeah. Ouch, and you need 1 point... Okay, we might need to store a little bit more than that then. Oh, we need a monitor as well. Yeah, we'll set this to store 2048 buckets instead. We're probably not going to be able to make that much because we haven't got enough styrene, but that should do for now. Okay, right. So that should be everything needed for the LuV conveyors. Let's make sure. Oh, no, we haven't got the HSS screws yet. Okay, so we have to lathe the bolts. Hey, we might be able to get to the next tier of parallel hatches now as well. Which I mean we can do up to 8 recipes at once. I think it goes up to 8 next. Oh, that's EV, LUV, there we go. Right. Oh, we're gonna be waiting a while for this, aren't we? Right, okay, so the HSS stuff. We want to get this stuff as much as possible passively crafting. So HSSG, tungsten steel, chromium, molybdenum, and vanadium, we should have all of that. Unfortunately not, no, Guitar Lilum. You should be able to put them into a barrel, though, with a compacting upgrade. That should work. I'll give us HSSG, then HSSE takes HSSG, dust, cobalt, manganese, and silicon. That should all be fine as well. So maybe the cobalt. I'll need to double check on cobalt. And HSSS takes HSSG, iridium, and osmium. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Those are all pretty much doable, so let's set those up. Since this is where all of our dusts are going. Wait, can those all be done in... Okay, those need to be done in an IV mixer. So if we do all 3 of those in IV mixers, we are... Yeah, that should be fine. Sure is a nice sunny day outside, perfect for playing video games. Exactly, that's the best time for playing video games. Yeah, the HSSS is just taking forever. Oh, good point, actually. I need to shut off my microminers for a moment. Let all this go through, and then we've got all the rest of that Naquita to process. Right. Because that should also give us more of some of the things we need for these mixers. Or for the HSS dust. Because we do need iridium and osmium, and we don't have huge amounts of either. Actually, it's probably... Hey, there's the LuV conveyor. I should probably go and check how we're doing over here. Is this still going? Yeah, we've still got 7,000 platinum group sludge to go through. Although we are out of anything else creating platinum group sludge. Oh, no, that is not the right place. That's where I want to be. Okay. So, what do we need? Alright, so we start with HSSG here, I think. We need interfaces. There's so many little things I'd love to have in AE2 that we just don't have, and probably will never get either. Like a few emitters. There, and there. Machine controllers. There. We also need robot arms. And filters. Right, so if we do HSSG down at the bottom, what do we need for HSSG? Also, can I get rid of some of this junk now? Yes. I think we can get rid of all those as well. Okay, so HSSG was... hang on, let me... just do something to separate this out. I wish you could, like, separate things into groups within your bookmarks. Tungsten steel dust, chromium dust, molybdenum dust, and vanadium dust. Right, we should be... Oh, yeah, we're up to 12k chromium. We're doing fine for chromium now. Molybdenum? Are we getting molybdenum from anywhere? Well, we've got 13k of it, so we should be fine. And vanadium, we have 17k of, so we should be okay for this. At least for the foreseeable future. Tungsten steel, chromium, molybdenum, and vanadium. Hey, Tyler. How's it going? It's going alright. My head's hurting a little bit, but otherwise, I'm pretty good. Alright, so that should do that. Oh, we need storage for these as well. I think we should be able to get away with 4Ks for each of these. Because we're not going to be storing too much of the actual dusts. We're probably going to be adding EBFs in to make them passively. That's a look at that engine ring. It's getting so tiring after water bucketing new floors. You should, I think at the stage you're at, you should have everything you need to make it. Or you should be able to get everything you need to make it. How are you doing today, Tyler? Good, I hope. Right, so we need HSSG. An HSSE. And HSSS. Okay, right. So... what is it you're missing for the table? Let's just keep 512 of each of these in stock. Black steel. Should be able to make most of it now, right? Oh, the coke, I'm guessing, might be the problem. Tyler, thank you for the posture check and the hydrates. I appreciate it. More missing a bunch of machines. That's fair. Alright, let's give this thing some power. You need a circuit. Of course you do. Push that out to the side. And if we just set that to 1, that should shut off. What are we working on today? We are working on... what are we working on? That's a good question. We're trying to get to properly into LuV. Right now, we're working on getting the HSSG, HSSE, and HSSS dusts passive because we need a bunch of the HSSS especially for all of the LuV components. So yeah, we're working on that and then getting to crystal processing units. We also need naquitables. We also wanted... oh, is actually the LuV energy hatch that we were kind of working on. But to make the LuV energy hatch, we need ludicrous voltage coils. Ludicrous voltage coils require LuV... basically LuV to assembler, which we can't do at the moment because we need an LuV. We basically need an LuV energy hatch to make an LuV energy hatch, sort of. We need to make a single block LuV assembler, which is what we were doing all of the components for, and then we can use that like one time, or is it one time we need it, or is it twice? Twice. To make the ludicrous voltage coils, and then from there we can make the LuV energy hatch, and then we can start using the multi-block for doing all of that. It's a bit of a faff, but it's worth it. Right, so cobalt. Oh wait, no, we need HSSG, cobalt, manganese, and silicon. Let's make sure we have all of these things. Move that over there. Cobalt was the one thing I wasn't sure about. We do only have 3,279 cobalt. So we might need to go and get some cobalt from somewhere. Oh, she's pyrolyzing some coal. I didn't know whether you had a pyrolyze oven yet or not. But yeah, that's fine. No, that's fair. Like it's always a pain in the ass, like kind of detouring when you're in the middle of... yeah, we do have unprocessed cobalt, but only like 8,000 cobaltite. In fact, we don't have any unprocessed cobalt. We have unprocessed cobaltite. which obviously we can get cobalt dust from. I guess actually I have been meaning to put the cobaltite through the electrolyzer to get a little bit more arsenic as well. So let's actually go and set that going now. Before we forget, that is not the ore processing. So we just start that electrolyzing. I do have space for arsenic, right? Oh god, I haven't. Shit. Hold on. Why do I not have an arsenic cell? What the fuck? Well, I'm gonna have to start thinking about adding some more cells onto here soon. I should probably make sure we've got everything else in there as well. Right. I think what I'm actually going to do is take out all of these, because we shouldn't be nothing should be coming into any of these cells passively, so I should have helped clear things. It has barely helped clear anything, but all the arsenic should be out of there now, at least. Although, what I'm a little confused about... Oh, wait, no, it's not going to matter, is it? Right, am I getting anything else from the cobaltites that I'm not currently storing in storage cells? Sulfur we are. Cobalt we should be as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting all of that. We have finished processing all of that. I guess we probably should put the cobaltite, the rest of the cobaltite through before we do the naquadah. That should be fine. Yeah, we're going up. And we should get some arsenic out of this, and obviously more cobaltite, and then the cobaltite will just go straight through and get processed into cobalt, arsenic, and sulfur again. Right, I need 3 more monitors. Wait, why are you... Oh, right, no, why you're not doing it. There we go. Right, so I'll keep doing the HSSG. This will be the HSSS. Right, that should have stored the right actual numbers, but it doesn't. Why not? That's better. I think we should... How are we doing for manganese as well? I should probably check that out too. I think we're fine, but who knows? Oh yeah, we've got 28,000. That should be more than enough. Right, and this is for HSSE. Again, we'll keep 512 of these. Give that thing some power. Circuit 1 again? Yeah. Always circuit 1. So it's going to be pretty slow, though. Which is fine, because we need to wait for the HSS G to craft anyway to be able to make the HSSS and the HSSE. Right. So that's that done. And then we got the HSSS. So we just need iridium and osmium, which is something we don't have a huge amount of right now. So we need to get more. What I need to do is get that Naquita microminer passived. That would be nice. There we go. Right, and this is for HSSS. I think I will do it at 512. The only thing that we don't have a lot of is iridium and osmium. And it's going to be 2 iridium and 1 osmium to 9 of these. So if we keep 512 in stock, that's what, it's only less than a stack. Well, almost 2, just under 2 stacks of iridium and less than a stack of osmium, so that's fine. Although we are going to be using quite a bit of it. Hey, how you doing? Right, so we got HSSE. I'm going to give this thing some power. Oh, yeah, it's a little on the warm side again, isn't it? I'm going to go ahead and assume that this is Circuit 1 again as well. Oh, no. Circuit 2. Reached output there. And hopefully that should be good. It will at least save us a little bit of time in crafting the dust, and then some point this week we'll set up EBFs for all of them. Raw amethyst? Or is it raw mate? Raw amethyst. I can't work out if that was mistyped amethyst or if that is something that I've just not come across myself. It could quite easily be either. Right, let's make sure all these will shut off when they reach. Yep. I always have to double check this now. I've had too many issues where I've done things like made 10,000 steel dust when I was only meant to stop at about 1,000. Wait, what am I doing up here? Raw amethyst. I don't think I've come across any raw amethyst. Interesting. There we go. Right, that's those all sorted. So let's make ourselves an LuV assembler. The only thing is I can't power the LuV assembler yet because I'm going to need a 64 amp LuV substation dynamo, but in order to do that, this is actually really awkward. I'm going to need a 1 amp LuV converter or a dynamo. Not dynamo, transformer. Because we're gonna need to be able to step up from 4 amps of IV to 1 amp of LuV. Yeah. Transformer. Yeah, that's what we need. How you doing, Hubris? I imagine people who have played like have not played much with Greg Tech before might find this bit very confusing. It's like in order to make like to power an LuV machine, you need LuV power, but you can't get LuV power. Can you get LuV converters? I guess we could use an LuV converter as well. That would probably work as well. Yeah, the LuV converter would work as well. But that's how much RF? What, 32,768 times 4? 131,072 RF per tick. Well, in GTNH, that's the kind of thing you need to do, though, really, isn't it? To make life a little bit easier on yourself. Not so much of an issue in this, thankfully. Right, so we're going to have to set this up as a temporary thing then, aren't we? Because we literally need this for basically a single craft. 2 crafts, actually. That's it. That's all we need this for. Why have I got a gemstone sensor in my backpack? I also the prospecting thing at the miner. Amethyst is really tiny nodes. So need to really hit them. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. Where's my... I was going in my backpack for my rubber mallet, wasn't I? Oh, no, it is... Wait, no, we do want it on... I thought I was supposed to... How do I change this to step up mode? From step down? I'm sure we went through this before. No, you shouldn't have to craft it. That won't make a difference. Oh, screwdriver to change. Okay, it literally tells me on the thing. There we go. Actually, I should probably keep that on me then, just in case. Sharon the vein hoping might cool you down. Let's hope so. I mean, yeah, if you could bring it over here, Briss, that'd be fantastic. It's going to be so awkward doing this. Right, we still need to do the elite assembler as well. So let's make the assembler. I really don't like having to make this for 2 fucking crafts. And that's it. I am going to melt this fucking thing down again afterwards. Although, actually, no, I'm not. Because if I might need to do stuff with fluids in them. Which, actually, after this, I should be able to do... the dual hatches. Right, while that's crafting, I'm going to go on and take my break. I am only 5 minutes late today, which makes a nice change. So I'm going to go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I'll see you guys then. Oh, I am going to run some ads during the break as well. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. I don't think I said that yet. I don't know, my brain is just fried at the minute. I will be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Sorry that took a little longer than expected. But we're back, and we still don't have this. So what is going on? Oh, the assembly line is still just doing its thing. It's fine. Thank you for the welcome back. Hey, there we go. Look at that for timing. Delete assembler 2. Right, so theoretically, I should be able to put an IV peer-to-peer on here, and it'll be okay. Well, it's certainly getting power. So that is good. All right, so we need to make these. We literally need to make enough of these to make one LuV energy hatch. Which, do we have the recipe? Is that what our recipe is for? Yeah. So we literally just need enough to make that. So let's go and put this over here. And then we'll get those two crafted. So we need 16 fine words are hard. Osmiridium wire and 2 magnetic samarium rods. Oh, wait, is it long rods or regular rods? Regular rods. Okay, so we need a recipe for that. I need more patterns. And we need a recipe for the samarium rod. Did you have your shower already, Em? Go. All right. That is those. Need 2 of those. How long was I gone for? I wasn't gone for that long, was I? It was less than 10 minutes. I apologize if I was gone that long. Right, we need osmiridium fine wire. And if we're making 2 of these, we need 32. Now doing the need to sit and contemplate life wrapped in a towel part of it. I'm assuming that is an important part of the your showering process. All right, there we go. Essential. Fair enough. Didn't think it was that long, but you're also distracted with Warframe. Are you looking forward to the new Grafton tomorrow? Oh, I've just realised the LuV energy hatch isn't going to help me yet. Because I still can't input LuV power. Unless I move that transformer. Which I guess we can temporarily do. Yeah, let's smooth that. We don't need LuV power to bloody power this, do we? Make this, do we? We do. Do we have LuV power on the ass line? Yeah, we're fine there. Right, we'll make the LUV energy hatch. We'll move this transformer down to the multi-block for now. Then we'll have to make another. We'll have to make the 64 amp substation dynamo hatch. Mega Ace, turn on the PC. You haven't played anything for ages. I've been playing quite a bit of Phasmo the last few days. I've been trying to get myself leveled up to the point where I've got tier 3 gear again before we get the new Grafton. Right, we're waiting on the HPIC chips. And then I don't know how long you're going to take to craft. Right, while that's doing its thing, and while we're waiting on that, let's start getting recipes together for this. And this being the LUV 64 amp substation dynamo hatch. I think we are also going to have to add probably at least a few more. Oh, hang on. Before I forget, I just looked at that. I was still doing fine for TPS. Right, I might have to add on a few more of the extreme combustion engines just to make sure that we have plenty of power available to get us to ZPM. So once we hit ZPM, we have Naquita reactors. Naquita reactors require ZPM power to make, and data orbs, and liquid uranium, and soldering alloy, and all sorts of other shit. But each one of these makes exactly 3 amps of ZPM. And each of these makes, I have no idea how much these make. 33,554,432 EU per tick. And these last for 1200 seconds. That's quite a bit of power. Anyway, there we go. We have our LUV energy hatch. So let's move. Do we need? No, we'll just get rid of you for now. And we'll take that. And we'll move you. And then we've got to somehow. Oh, this is actually really awkward. Okay. Because we're going to have to kind of like, for the time being, we're going to have to kind of snake this cable like around here. And up to there. And then remove that and that. And then put the transformer. That's not a transformer. The transformer on there. Rotate it round. And find my screwdriver. Then turn that into step up mode. And then put the peer-to-peer back on there. Good job I didn't need that IV energy hatch, isn't it? I knew sooner or later I was going to forget that. I'm also really glad that we have the chunks claimed and explosions are turned off. Otherwise, this would have been obliterated. Why is integrated dynamics so complicated? In 1.12, it definitely was. At least you had integrated NBT back then, though. Well, no, I didn't need to learn the lesson. That I'm not going to learn anything that I didn't know from this already. The only reason I did that was that was just forgetfulness. It wasn't that I didn't know that. It was just that I completely forgot that that was a thing. Well, I completely forgot about changing it because I was partly because I was talking to chat and partly because my brain is a little all over the place today. So, nope, nothing learned. It will no doubt happen again at some point. But yeah, what is it you're struggling with integrated dynamics, Bobo? Right, we should now be able to make a recipe for this. What circuit was that on? Circuit 1. Rock. Yeah, that is a pain in the ass. I agree. I remember that took me a while to get set up. Like I've done it like several times now, and every time it takes a while. Chat distracts me. Oh no, that never happens, Quiet. I'm usually so unobservant and just ignore chat. All right, so that's what we need. Right, okay, so we still need to do the 16 amp dynamo hatch. The annoying thing is like all these recipes look somewhat similar. Right, niobium titanium wire. That is 8x. Niobium titanium wire. And then we need the LuV 4 amp dynamo hatch. Which requires... These are all no circuit ones, aren't they? Which requires an LuV dynamo hatch, which apparently does not need data. Oddly. We do need niobium titanium springs, though. So that goes in Bendo circuit 1. We also need a long niobium titanium rod. So many recipes. All right, and springs go in there. Okay, so that one's now right. That goes into the ass line. I just quite like calling that the ass line. The 4 amp dynamo hatch just goes into an assembler with no circuit, right? Yep. Yeah, the ass line, the assembly line. What else would you call it? I don't know what else you could possibly call it. All right, so we still got to do the LV transformer, which we have most of the stuff. I just copied over the bloody recipe that I needed, didn't I? Well done, me. Vanadium gallium wire, which I guess we could do with styrene butadiene rubber now that we have it. Right. Cables. I'm running out of space for cables as well, man. Us line is great. You parallelized 16 of them yesterday. Took a while, but they all work. Nice. I don't think we're going to quite have 16, but we have definitely got space for a few more. That's just the 1X wire we're making, right? I'll tell you what, I spent like most of this morning. It's really annoying. Like, it's really weird kind of coming into here and then just having like all these things available to me, then going into GTNH. Like this morning, I made 1 stack of LV circuits and 1 stack of MV circuits. And that literally took me like the entire morning. And then you come in here and then you just make everything like just don't even worry about it. It's fine. Like, we've got everything we need.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
All right, good luck, Quiet. Hopefully you managed to get a little bit of rest. Right, now we can make the 16 amp LuV dynamo hatch. And wait, where's that go? That is, again, assembler with no circuits. $30. How can you just sleep for like just 30 minutes? Like how do you do that? Wait, didn't I already make the rest? Oh wait, no, it's the 16 amp one, isn't it? I was gonna say, didn't we just make this? We didn't. We made the other one. Right, so that is not right, because we wanted to use styrene butadiene rubber now that we have it. Is that everything? Is that all we need? Wait, is that a cheaper recipe? I didn't even notice there was a different recipe here. These are probably better recipes, honestly, but since we've already made this one, we'll just stick with that for now. I do need to remember to have a look at those though, because I figured those would just be the same ingredients in in the assembler, but it's not. Actually, quite a bit cheaper. If somebody could remind, actually, you know what, let me make a sign. You guys, I'll ask you guys to remind me. You'll remind me, like, literally right now, and then you won't remind me again later, so I'm gonna make a sign. Wait, what are these that what am I actually looking for? The, transformer recipes. Hold on. There we go. Well, no, it's not it's not that the recipes were gonna be worse, Freefall. They're never gonna be worse, but if they're the same as the ones that are the just regular crafting table recipes, then we may as well just do them in the pattern providers, because it's going to be quicker. So I just kind of assumed that those recipes were going to be the same. Wait, did I just make... What did I just put in here? The wrong thing. Is what I just put in there. You know what? I'm going to do the other recipe now. If we're going to do it, we may as well do it now. It's going to mean making a couple of other things, but that's fine. Oh, wait a minute. Is it any better, though? Because you still need to make... Because for this, we don't need to bother making the high amp transformer. We just go straight to this one. I don't think it saves us much in the way of materials. Like, these are going to take, what, 1 ingot for each of those, but then we also need to make these. So they save us a tiny amount, but it's more crafting steps. So honestly, I think I'm just going to stick with the ones we've got. I'll double check and go over the recipes later, but I think they're going to be, I think these ones are going to be, they're like not significant. I don't think they're going to be significantly better. Right, we should have everything craftable in there now, right? Right. And this goes where? Assembler with no circuit again. Oh, lovely. I've just realized that Pretzel has stopped again. It's having another of its moments, apparently. Okay. The 64 amp substation dynamo hatch. I didn't change the recipe back again, did I? The one that we said we were going to use. Nope. Right, I want to go and see if we've gone through all that cobaltite yet. Still missing 16x vanadium gallium wire. That's the right one, right? Yes. All right, cool. Let's go and check on your processing for a moment. Still going through it by the looks of things. How much cobaltite have we got left? Oh, we're nearly done with it. Wrestles like a kid throwing fits. You pretty much, yeah. You're not too far off. Right, once this has gone through all the cobaltite, we then got to go and put all of the Naquita stuff, which should all be done now. Yeah, there we go. And I'll give us a bunch more sheldonite as well. How are we doing for, like, trinium as well? Only 319 trinium, well, it's 379 trinium, 319 trinium sulfide. Right, what's going to be taking the time for this? Lots of things, apparently. Osmiridium, the rhodium-plated aluminum palladium, niobium titanium dust. We should probably going to need to passive that again as well at some point. Where is all my passive crafting stuff? It's down here, isn't it? I think we're going to have another set of these mixers on the other side as well. There's so many different dusts we're going to need to have passived. And we do need more power as well. Because we're only, like, when, like, everything's running at the minute, we are only just keeping up. So how much are we actually producing power-wise again? Right, so 32,768 times 8 plus 6,144 times 8 plus 6,250 times 16 divided by 4. 336,296 EU per tick. Which is only 10 amps of LuV. Or 2.5 amps of ZPM. We could really do with more. And really our only option right now is add more of these. We could potentially add another 4 of the tungsten steel, like the extreme combustion engines. And then we'd have to upgrade these as well to 4 amp IV energy hatches. Although we might not have to, honestly. I'd have to keep an eye on it, but if it's not running constantly, we probably won't have to do that. But if we add another lot onto here, that will give us, if we had 4 more, that will give us how much more? 32,768 times 4, another 131,000. So 460, that would go up to 467,368 EU per tick. Which, what, 14 LuV amps? Three and a half ZPM. I won't add a huge amount to it, honestly. Oh, do you finish your ATM 10 world before ATM 10 to the sky comes out officially? How close are you to finishing? Right, on niobium titanium at the moment. Well, that's done. And then we're going to need to get another memory card. How do we actually color memory cards? Can we dye memory cards? Because that would actually be really useful. I have seen people using ones with different colors. Just a couple of boss battles and some AFK time, other than that, you're basically done. You just combine them with dice. I figured it would be something like that. More dice? I mean, it's giving it a color. But it's not actually coloring the... Fucking use is that? Huh. Is it the faulty memory cards that can be colored? The faulty memory card is an incorrectly assembled memory card that glitches in a few advantageous ways. It mainly helps out with repetitive memory card tasks like copying to many devices or setting up storage buses with increasing priority. The faulty memory card is used like a memory card. Sneak, used on a device to copy its settings, and use on a device to paste out the settings. Additionally, you can sneak use the card on the air to cycle through the modes, or just use on the air to do more specific things, mainly cycle submodes. I don't know. I'm sure you should be able to dye them. I could have sworn you were able to. All right, we've not got too much left to do now with this. It's almost there. We tried dyeing them. Doesn't make a difference. Oh, what it is doing, you see that one little dot there on the left-hand side? It's changing the color of that. What the fuck's the point in that? I wonder if this has anything to do with A2 blackout, though. It could be something to do with AE2 blackout. Oh, well, never mind. Right. This pile of panels was just enough for LV circuits, but the next pile will take you to MV and make life so much easier. All right. I need that so we can actually stop moving LUV power around. What am I going to do for power? Like, we're still a little way away from... Oh, actually, you know what? We haven't checked in a while. We're still a little way away from the Naquita reactors. We've got plenty of TBU fuel now. We can at least kind of boost things a little bit with this. How much thorium do we have left now? We still got 42,000 thorium left. Oh, are we ready for... I think we're done. Right, let's go and grab that stuff from up here. We have not got enough space for this, but that's fine. It'll be so much easier when this is passive. This is one of the things I do actually quite like. As frustrating as it is running into kind of like power issues, it's nice to know, like, kind of towards the end of towards the next big stage, that you always run into power issues. Hey Chris, how's it going, man? I hope you're doing well. There we go. That should get us a bunch more Naquita at least. Are we done yet? We are done. We have our LUV substation dynamo hatch. Right, so these are the inputs, right? No, those are the outputs. Wait, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Because we're only inputting IV power, and we've got, that's EV, IV. I'll put the LUV one here. You know, you're pushing progression if power becomes an issue. Exactly. Right. Speaking of power being an issue, let's hope that doesn't cause any issues. And I got to remember how the fuck we do this again now. Every time I do this, I forget, and I always get paranoid that I'm going to screw it up and blow something up. I really don't want to blow anything up this time, though. I just need to remember how we set this to an input rather than an output. Wait, do I just do... I think that just sets it as the input. That just sets it on a new channel, and that should be set as the input now, right? Oh no, the memory cards are already renamed. I'm already doing that. Well, no, it's whether I can never remember, because obviously you set the inputs. You're saying inputs and outputs. I can never remember how exactly it works. And that's the bit that I never remember. I know that. I've been through it like so many times, but when it comes to actually doing it, I never actually 100% trust my memory. As to whether what I'm remembering is the right thing or not. So that should be the LuV output from substation. Not too well, but you're surviving, though. I'm glad you're at least surviving, Chris. Hopefully things will get better, or at least will start to get better. I say this to you every time, and I'm always hopeful that it'll happen. That's the thing, like Hubris. I've done this so many times before, but given the way GregTech is with power and putting, as we saw with the large assembler, and me forgetting to switch out the IV input hatch before I put the LuV power in, you can easily blow stuff up. It's easy just... Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, it's easy. It's not easy to remember shit, though. Let's be honest. Oh, do I want to make more... Things like, if we make more of these are only... They'll produce 4 more amps of LuV. If we add 4 more extreme combustion engines in there. Is it worth it? Like, how far are we from the Naquadah reactors? Like, we need ZPM power for them. That's the first thing we're missing. Although now we can technically get that. We have had ZPM circuits already. Yeah, I'm the same, Guitar, and I don't know the word. Whenever you're giving somebody advice, you should never use the word just. At least not in the context of just do this or just do this. Because 9 times out of 10, it's not that simple. Like, and if somebody isn't doing it, there's usually a good reason why they're not. And it's also rough for that person to try and kind of explain this every time as well. Not just talking from my own perspective here, just from kind of just in general. And also using the like the word just when you're referring to somebody's problems, all you're doing is minimizing their problem. And like, it's a problem for a reason. Exactly, Guitar Lilum. Minimizes people's experience. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sorry, Hubris, we're definitely not getting at you here specifically here, by the way, just to be clear. Like, the example you're doing was clearly kind of jokingly said. So don't worry, I am not kind of getting at you for this at all. Yeah, it definitely can be, Chris. With something like this, it's kind of like, say, it's a little bit less of an issue because this was like clearly done in jest. So I don't know how we got onto the whole kind of seriousness of this, to be honest. I'm genuinely not sure now that I'm thinking about it. Right, okay. So we now can output LuV power. Let's make sure this works and hopefully not blow up our LuV input hatch. You're not being used at the minute, are you? No, right. So we can get rid of the transformer and get rid of that. Oh, balls. All right. So if we do that, we should just need to do that. And we should have power. Which we seem to do. Perfect. Okay, right. Put that back in there. That's actually one of the things I really like about being able to lock the slots to NBT data, to match NBT data. It means that when we shift click these back into here, they'll always go into the right place. I'll always know where they are. You leave my cables alone, Tribble. They're getting expensive now, all right? I can't afford to keep feeding them to you. All right. I feel like we need to make a few naquadah-doped wafers at this point. Ooh, we actually need silicon ingots for it. Well, silicon blocks, technically. Yeah, especially not the power cord. That'd probably be damaging to you as well. You could tell the quality improved. It's like fine dining for Tribble now. Just chewing through all the cables. Okay, how are we doing for arsenic after all that processing of things? 4,900, that's not too bad. Right, okay. Do I want to sort out... Do I want to sort out more power gen? The naquadah... Do we have... I'm assuming there's going to be quests for the naquadah reactors here somewhere. Are they still considered late game, or are they considered end game? Like we've got the fusion reactors coming up as well, and these are going to be kind of power hungry as well. Yeah, the naquadah doped wafers aren't going to be like we're not having that many issues with circuits anyway. At the minute, like we're still just like passively generating stuff. Although, yeah, I've still got 297 silicon wafers left and 609 phosphorus wafers. Like, it's less of an issue in this. It's something like GTNH where resources are a lot more finite, especially early on. It's definitely worth doing, but like for right now, it's not really going to be that much of a benefit. And since I'm planning on redoing all the circuit crafting soon anyway, we'll probably wait to like properly switch over. But they do make certain things a little easier. Is it the... Because there are certain ones, basically... That's not the final tier of IV circuits. Basically, the final tiers of some of the circuits, you can make the system on chips. Which, in the case of EV, requires the advanced system on chips, which you need the naquadah doped wafers for. But since we've got these essentially passive EV circuits, essentially passive at the minute anyway, we'll worry about sorting all that out in a bit. But I would like to have some naquadah doped wafers, just because they are going to... we're going to need them for certain things. Eventually, we are going to have to, like I say, redo all of the circuit crafting. But that is a problem for future chat. But right now, we just need to make these. Which... Do I have argon going out to the EBFs already? I think I do. If not, we can easily add it. Yeah, we do. So let's make a... Oh, hold on. Let me go and put my me thing back. There we go. Right, let's go and make a recipe for those. Do I have a recipe for silicon ingots at the minute? Only silicon rubber ingots. Okay. Well, let's do a few recipes then. So, blocks of silicon. Oh. Because that is a considerably faster recipe. And we have got a shitload of silicon dioxide. No, we'll just... doing this recipe is just going to be easier, I think. It's not like we're going to be getting, I think, at least one perfect overclock. So it shouldn't be especially bad. And can we do that silicon ingot? It's got to be done in circuit 1. Okay. I'm actually curious how long those will take. So if we just ask for back of those, 2 seconds or 1.95 seconds. That's not bad. Morpheus, how's it going? Okay, so let's do a recipe for these. We shouldn't need to worry too much. I am going to need to up the amount of argon we have in there, though, before we do this. We've got it set to only store 1 bucket in the import hatches at the minute. So if we set that to 8, that should be fine. And everything else is fine as well. And we'll put that in circuit 1. It should still work in circuit 1. With circuit 1 there, I think. Hopefully. All right. How much argon do we actually have right now? Nearly 2,000 buckets. That's not bad. Good, can't complain. Good to hear. Okay. We'll wait for those to finish, and then we'll order a few Naquadah doped wafers. And then we need to start thinking about Naquadah coils as well, I guess. And also, yeah, Naquadah coils, because we need to get to Enderium. And then from Enderium, by the looks of it, we need Enderium for... How do we get to the crystal? Oh, we need liquid Enderium or bacterial sludge. And raw crystal chip parts. We also need exquisite olivine and exquisite emerald. Welcome back, Quiet. Or no, we do need them both. So we can't get to liquid europium yet. Bacterial sludge is made in an LuV chemical reactor. Biomass and bacteria in a sterile clean room. And bacteria is made in a distillation tower with rotten sludge. Or distilled water and biochaff can also get us bacteria in a brewery. Is there a multi-block brewery? Yeah, large brewing vat. So we don't actually need a clean room. We just need one of these. And then biochaff. Biochaff isn't that bad to make. Adding polyethylene in this group of pants, so of course you run out, of course. Yeah, we can make the large brewing vat. We can use that with a... Oh, we can't make the sterile hatches yet, can we? Nope, we can't make the sterile hatches yet. So we do need to... We do need to make the sterilizing filter casings, which we can't do yet anyway. Okay, so we can't do any of that lot yet. So I guess the only options we have... Mutagen? How do we get mutagen? Enriched bacterial sludge, and uranium dust, but that requires a sterile clean room, so we can't do that. So I guess this is the initial way we're supposed to get these. Exquisite olivine and exquisite emerald. Along with liquid enderium. That gives you an entire 9% chance. Yep. We need europium. Yeah, europium's going to be, it was always going to be the default recipe. Yep, just 9%. We shouldn't need to do too many of those, though. Because after that, we can... Oh, no, even then, it's still only 9%. Yeesh. If you do it with bacterial sludge, it's only 80%. But the bacterial sludge requires a sterile clean room. Ouch. Yeah, once you've got europium, basically with europium, you basically take them, and you've got a 100% chance of getting a raw crystal chip. The raw crystal chip then breaks down into 9 crystal chip parts, which can then duplicate back round. So yeah. Yeah, I would assume so. Hubris. I'm not sure if we need to do... What do we need for the fusion reactor? Like, what are we missing much here? MKD with the posture check. Thank you, MKD. And the hydrates. I hope you're well, MKD. So, superconducting coil blocks, OPM circuits, plutonium-241 plates should be fine. Osmiridium plates should be fine. Soldering alloy, niobium, titanium is fine. The IV field generators, samarium iron arsenic oxide should be fine. UHPIC chips require a clean room. That's fine. HPIC wafers and indium gallium phosphide is also fine. Liquid naquita should be fine. We can do all of that. It's going to be expensive, but we can do it. And what did I say? Can you tell A2 to craft something even if you're not out? Yes. Whatever your middle click button is. So if we look at that, whatever your middle click button is, use that. I've changed mine, but whatever your middle click button would be, just use that, and that will allow you to do it. No, showing off, hubris. That's not fair. I haven't even got one rotary hearth furnished yet. God damn you. Right, let's just order like 16 of these. We're still going to have to craft another 1,728 silicon ingots, but I'm sure that's fine. No, brag away, hubris. We'll get there eventually. To be fair, we're not too far off as it is, and we're actually doing... I feel like we're getting through this actually at a reasonable pace anyway. Oh, right. I forgot about plasma turbines. How much can we even make from plasma turbines? Like, what? Oh, we have to factor in rotor, like the turbine blades and everything, don't we? Oh, don't make me do the maths for this. So these are the base generation amounts. And then that's going to be altered by the rotors. I've just got to remember exactly how to do the maths. It's actually got the things in here in the quest book. But it's basically turbine efficiency, I think, is basically you'll multiply the amount of EU generated by that. So say you're using nitrogen plasma, it'll be 131,072 multiplied by 120. I think this is how it works. If we look at the tungsten steel ones. And turbine power will increase that by the power amount. So 160%. No, of course, they're not going to be hubris. As far as GregTech packs go, this is kind of the entry level, I would say, as far as GregTech packs go. HSSS rotors, 180% turbine efficiency, turbine power 250%. Plus, but there's also a for the rotor holders, there's also an increase in power based on those. Hold the rotor in place so it will not fly away. I mean, you don't want your rotors flying away. Star technology is definitely more involved, I would say, than Moni, but only because it's a skyblock and they have to have different ways of making and processing the resources. Other than that, I would say it would be a close runner-up. I would agree with that. Where's the bit that mentioned these? Yeah, large turbines. Right, so these will basically be the same with the plasma turbines. But each large turbine will need a rotor holder of the same or higher tier than the large turbine itself, and a dynamo hatch capable of handling the energy output. Each rotor holder up tier above the large turbine doubles the energy production and adds 10% to fuel efficiency. Wait. Each rotor holder tier above the large turbine. So what tier? I'm assuming then that plasma turbines would be considered IV. Oh, base production 16,384 EU per tick. Each rotor holder above IV adds 10% efficiency and multiplies EU per tick by 2. So wait, what's the generation there then? Is that just like essentially a placeholder value? Because if the large plasma turbine is generating 16,384 plus doubling it. No, but it's not, though, because base production, if you look at a large plasma turbine, base production, 16,384 EU per tick. So... No, that's the amount it generates per millibucket. That's not that's the amount of, the generation amount shouldn't be on there. Because the total amount of EU that it generates is that total there, 196,608. So what's the generation there for? That's just confusing. But so anyway, 16,384, each rotor holder above IV has 10% efficiency. So say we had an LuV rotor holder, this would generate 32,768 EU per tick. Plus, if you factor in the rotors themselves, say you had an HSSS or HSSE. Depends if you want more efficiency or power. Say we go HSSS, 250%. That would be 32,768 multiplied by 2.5 for, so 81,920 EU per tick. No, these are per millibucket for these ones. In GTNH, they're always per bucket, but in this is whatever the amount on there is, basically, which is 1 millibucket in this case. So 1 millibucket will generate 196,608. I guess if it was, I guess that's saying that if it was running at 2,048 EU per tick, it would generate 4.8. It would run for 4.8 seconds. Let me double check that, make sure that's right. So 196,608 divided by 2048. 96 ticks, divide that by 20 is 4.8 seconds. Yeah. Americium plasma, although making that in the quantities needed is going to be a lot more difficult than nickel plasma. Is that just needs potassium and fluorine. Americium is going to be a lot more difficult to make, I would assume. Yeah, plutonium. Actually, no, maybe not. Plutonium-241 and hydrogen. Although plutonium-241 is not that easy to get. Or not as easy to get, at least. And we need Mark III reactor for that anyway. Nickel plasma. Potassium shouldn't be too difficult to get. But that also needs a Mark III. Yeah, we couldn't do any of those yet anyway. They're like, our best bet would probably be... That's Mark III. That's Mark II. Are there any that could be done in a Mark I reactor? Helium plasma. Well, you can get a helium plasma. Which actually, 81,920 EU per tick is not too bad. And deuterium, can we... Oh, we can't fluid drill tritium. I thought we could fluid drill tritium. We can with deuterium, though. 125 millibuckets of that. How much would one of those processors get us power-wise? So 125 millibuckets times 81,920... 10,240,000, which if we were generating it at... Let's just use the base value for the plasma turbines. That would last 625 ticks, or 31.25 seconds. And provided you could supply it with deuterium and tritium, that would actually be doable. Like, very much doable. We might look at plasma. I've never actually used plasma for power before. So that would be an interesting way to go. Oh, we've got 3 of our aqueduct-doped monocrystalline silicon balls, at least. What do we actually need for the quest? Oh, just the balls. Okay. How long do these take to cut? Oh, 80 seconds. That's actually not as bad as I thought it'd be. Right, we'll flame that. Good question. Yeah, tungsten steel, LuV circuits, LuV machine hulls. So you'd need the rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. Then you got the rotor holders, tungsten steel gearbox casings, tungsten steel turbine casings. If I remember rightly, these can't be automated either, like the insertion and extraction of the rotors. I could be wrong, though. I think that was a thing in Monifactory, but I can't remember for sure. Steel turbine casing. Yeah, so just more tungsten steel. So yeah, they wouldn't be difficult to make. The real difficulty will be finding somewhere to put them. And the other difficulty we're going to run into is we're going to end up having a whole lot of fusion reactors. And the only place I can think to put them, because I want to have these in a completely blacked out room with just like black concrete all around it. Just because if they're anything like Monifactory, they look fantastic when it's dark and you've got shaders on. So what I'm kind of thinking of doing is basically coming down underneath here and building a big tube down underneath here. I could possibly just extend this all the way down. And that would be... And we could use that as our... as where we put all of our fusion stuff. It is, yeah. You kind of, if you're gonna do what I'm doing, you kind of want to have the glass in there so you can actually see the fusion ring as it's when they're turned on. Right, where does it see? Is there actually a point here that says, right, you've got to go and do fusion reactors now? Yeah, there we go. Right. So I guess that's where we're kind of heading. Because we can't really do these yet. I guess we can. Well, no, yeah, I know it's under fusion and fission, but I was saying, like, within the main quest lines, is there somewhere that tells you this is the point you're supposed to be doing it? Because there wasn't really for the plat line, at least nothing. There was some text inside a quest, but there was nothing that said, you're supposed to be doing the plat line here in order to get, it would have been ruthenium. But there wasn't an actual, like, point, like, the one place it mentioned it was... I think it was just in here. Or somewhere around here. There was somewhere that mentioned ruthenium, and... yeah, it was in there. Yeah, it's literally the plat line, which is usually a huge thing in GregTech, is boiled down to ruthenium can be processed from laurite or platinum group sludge if you wish to start that chain early. That's pretty much what it gets boiled down to. Exactly. But it doesn't really get mentioned. Unless I completely missed it. I am notorious for not reading quests properly. Naquita's a bit more obvious. Like, Naquita, you get to here, and it's basically you've got Naquita ingots, so he's got a thing coming off the microminer, which is where you'll get all of your Naquita from. So it's the Naquita is a lot more obvious. Yeah. So I will say though that the quest book is laid out in a little bit of an odd way, in that, like, stuff is just, yeah, it kind of has to be, I guess, with how intertwined everything is. But it's kind of like, it's not always obvious, like, this is where I'm supposed to be going now. Like the Cryolobus ingots. Oh, we're gonna need a Warden prediction then, aren't we? How much does the Warden prediction use? Oh, only 6,666. The requests either, therefore results are questionable. But yeah, it looks like we need to go down the Naquita coils, and then trinium, and then to the fusion reactor, because I'm assuming we need Naquita plates, iridium neutron reflectors, PBI, laminated glass. The iridium neutron reflectors are beryllium plates, tungsten carbide plates, viridite plates, and liquid tin alloy. That's all fine. What else do we need for this? Fusion reactor casings, tungsten steel, LuV pumps, more iridium neutron reflectors, superconducting coil blocks. That's where we need the trinium then. We need liquid trinium. I'm assuming, wait, does liquids... What's here are the trinium coils then? So we've got Naquita, Naquita, then trinium. It is a little confusing, like, where you're supposed to go with this. So I guess it's kind of like Naquita, then to the trinium. So I'm assuming we need, in order to make trinium, we need Naquita coils. Yeah. Naquita coils for the trinium. And then from there, we can get to the enriched naquadah. Oh, there's the naquadah reactor. There's Naquadria. Dark Solarium jet plate. Why would I make a Dark Solarium jet plate when I already have the Angel Ring? I'm assuming it probably is faster. Right, let's read what it says about the crystal chips, because I want to know what we need to do. Like at this point, we're just like looking through the quest book right now. We're not actually doing anything, and I want to get back to doing stuff. Right, your first few raw crystal chips must be grown in an autoclave from liquid enderium, or more efficiently with europium and exquisite emeralds or exquisite olivine. After the first few, you can smash them into pieces using a forge hammer and duplicate them with bacterial sludge, mutagen, or more europium or enderium. Bacterial sludge can later be obtained in the byproducts of getting stem cells. I am playing GTNH off stream. I'm not playing it on stream, but I am playing it off stream. Right. So I guess we need to get the naquadah coils. Right, naquadah coils are osmium foil, liquid tungsten steel. Actually not going to be that bad. They are going to take a while, though. This is going to be the downside. Because we're going to need to make... Because we're going to use these for our 2x2 thing. So we're going to need 42 of these. So let's get started making stuff for that. Would be nice to see me play on stream at some point, though. I don't think I will. I did, like, a few years ago, I did play GTNH on stream. I got kind of burnt out, mostly due to other things going on at the time. But I think it's one of those things that, especially in the early game, it's just that progress is just so slow that not everybody enjoys kind of watching how slow it is. Which is a shame, because I would love to play on stream again. All right. Right, naquadah coils. This is going to take us a while, because we're still waiting for several thousand, well, several hundred at this point, I think, silicon ingots to go through. All right, so we need osmium foil. I'm pretty actually, let's just make this recipe. I'm pretty sure we don't have osmium foil. Oh, shit, and I can't do this either. Fuck. Can I make dual hatches yet? Because we can't put this through the multi-block assembler because we didn't have dual hatches. Oh, that should be fine. We should be able to do that. That should be fine. All right. Of course, we don't have anything there that we need. Not craftable anyway. Right, Ruridit frames. Nope, we don't have Ruridit rods either. Beautiful. Because it would be nice to move, because at the minute we've got a bunch of recipes for, like, assembler recipes that just need random fluids that we don't have stored in our system. We're just, like, making them on demand because we don't need too many of them. It would be nice to be able to just move those recipes over and just output them to the, and just have them in the multi-block assembler instead. That would be nice. Let's work towards doing that. Right, non-opal, 98 niobium, titanium fluid pipes. I'm literally not going to have anything craftable yet, am I, for these? Except the niobium titanium. We've got that. All right. You can go in there. Right, and LuV input hatch should be fine. Although, please stop using Glax. Just because I've got that as a pattern. We should do these in the crafting table, don't we? Yeah. You good, Quiet? Comfy by the looks of it. How's Cobblemon going, by the way? Or, well, no, you were playing actual Pokemon earlier, weren't you? Right, and then it's the LuV input bus. This might take a while before we can actually get these crafting, because I think all of our EBFs are currently in use. Is that everything we need? Yeah, PBI is already in the assembler. Did I not take that out? I didn't. Okay. Right. Am I going to need more than one dual hatch? Are all the ones that need fluids, like... Yeah, they're all no-circuit ones, aren't they? So we should only need one dual hatch for the time being. Tigers, your dumbass decided to take a quick nap. You were playing actual Pokemon. You switched over to Warframe. Okay. It's hard to keep track. You jump between games, I think, more than I do, Quiet. How are you getting on? Are you still doing silicon? No, you're doing the Naquita doped wafers now, aren't you? How many more of these have we got left to craft? 5 more. Which means that we're still going to be here for a little bit longer. Speaking of Naquita, how are we doing now? Oh, over 10k Naquita dust. We need to make sure we don't use all of it, because we kind of need to use some of it to make enriched Naquita and Naquadria, more Trinium. Once you stuck to a game for more than 2 hours. Right, what else do we need? More recipes. We need the recipe for the osmium foil. I feel like we are gonna, as much as I don't, I want to wait until we have the ZPM, like ZPM, so we can get the Naquita reactors. I feel like it might be an idea for us to add like a couple more power gen options in there. I don't know whether I want to do plasma. I think actually, I think I do want to do plasma just for the fact that I haven't done it before. I think that's going to be our way of doing it. It's either that or add more extreme combustion engines for now, and I really don't want to do that either. Right, let's get that recipe ready. Liquid tungsten steel. Where's the ingots? There we go. Wait, can we extract from the dust? No, we won't be able to, will we? Pretty sure we can't. I feel like it'll be a little bit weird if we could. No, it does not like it. Okay, cool. Liquid tungsten steel. And then the 2 times Naquita wire. Oh, wait, no, that will be 4, won't it? It's 2 times wire. Should be everything we need, right? Just need to wait for that dual hatch. It should be on its way any moment now. Niobium titanium is, again, something we're going to need to passive. That's doing the rhodium plated aluminum palladium. That's doing the last silicon ball. Out of transistors, also in next batch of patterns. There's never enough patterns. Right, how much styrene, butadiene, rubber did we end up with? Oh, actually, more than I thought. I thought we'd actually run out. Nice, okay. So we're almost there with those. I think once we get to having the Naquita reactors, I think we want to make sure that we make enough of them to keep us in power for the foreseeable future. Because after those, we're basically up to creative, like those up until creative power, or probably solar panels. We're going to have to make at some point. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do when it comes to the solar panels. Because we've currently, just for aesthetic purposes, we've got it set to perma-day. Which with solar panels just feels a little bit cheaty. Oh, hang on, no. Naquita reactor takes us up to UHV, then large Naquita reactor from there to the end. I guess we can utilize plasma as much as possible as well then. I'm really now very curious with the plasma. So, right, so these 16384, if we run these, I guess you can, if you keep upgrading the rotor holders, like it only doubles the power though, and power usage quadruples each tier. So 16384, we'd probably be able to put LuV rotors in from the start. So 32768. And then rotors. How often does it take durability? Does anyone know how often they take durability damage? This has got 145,600 durability. How often do they take that? Like, how often does that durability go down? Does it mention it in here? Oh, is it seconds? So according to that, well, looking at that, it says the HSSE rotor 205,600 durability is, and it mentions that as seconds. So is that it in seconds then? So those would probably, HSSE would probably be better. Just in terms of durability. Right, so how much will we get out of these? If we were to use the HSSE rotors, how much will we get out of this with an LuV rotor holder? That would give us 32,768. Let's see what options. Well, the only option we'll have at the start, I think, is can't do iron plasma. Can't do nickel plasma. Can't do nitrogen plasma. I think it's just helium plasma we can do. Okay, so helium plasma. Let's assume we're using that. So 32,768. With an HSSE rotor, which gives turbine power of 280%. So I'm assuming we'd multiply the 32,768 by 2.8. That will give us 91,750.4 EU per tick. And the helium plasma would last what, less than 1 tick. But it will give a turbine efficiency of 140%. Okay, the next question I have is it adds 10% efficiency for each rotor holder above IV. How does that interact with that? Is it an additive to the rotor? Like, is it 140% plus that 10%? Or do you multiply that by 140% and then the sum of that by 10%? How does that work? I'm assuming it will be additive. So if we assume it's additive, it will be 150% efficiency. So it will be 81,920 times 1.5, so 122,880. And then 1 millibucket of helium plasma would last 1.3 ticks. That's not a lot. Especially for 91,750 EU. That's what? Just under 2.8 amps of LuV. Maybe plasma is going to be a little bit better later on when we can make some slightly more efficient fuels. Helium plasma, I don't think is going to be much good for that. Are we still waiting? I have a feeling this is broken. Where are we going? Over here. No. We're not getting enough power. Why are we not getting enough power? My only thought is that we have finally reached that point where we don't have enough power storage in our ME system to handle this. How are we going to deal with this? Which is weird that we've only just reached that, if we've only just reached that point now, because we haven't got any additional power storage on our system, as far as I recall. So yeah, we've not got any additional power storage on here. But yeah, we have got 0 stored power. And I think the only reason stuff is continuing is because we're getting power in small quantities and it's powering the terminals and everything first. I might end up losing all of the items from that craft, you know. Ah, shit. How are we going to deal with this? I knew we were going to reach this point at some point. I should have known it was going to be now. It cannot transfer enough power. Right, I'm going to go ahead and assume that I can also not make any energy cells. Because I'm going to assume that these probably need... Oh, no, I was assuming that we'd probably need an assembler for these. But if I can make these without an assembler, we might be able to do this. I'm going to do them one at a time, though, just for the time being. I don't know where we're going to put all these yet. I guess for now, we just put them on here. That filled up like straight away, though. And it's not being used, so... And that's not going anywhere. And what's weird as well is that A, that has enough power, and B, we weren't running into issues when we used the transformer. So why are we running into issues now? Why is this now causing issues? It looks like it's only outputting 14,336 EU per tick. Why has that suddenly... Also, why is it telling me it's connecting to chat? Guys, are you still... Like, can you guys still hear me? Am I still here? I'm very confused. Use a third of the solos you're planning on leaving and leave permaday on. That's one way of doing it, I guess. I don't understand what's going on with this. We have an LuV energy hatch. We have peer-to-peer linked to the LuV dynamo hatch. I do not understand why it's doing what it's doing. Or not doing what it's doing. What's weird is it's not showing, it's not saying it's out of power. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not at all. I'm guessing I'm not connecting to chat right now at all. I can't see anything right now. No, it's not. Nothing to do with OBS. It's just Twitch. I've just reloaded the chat, and I can now see a whole lot of stuff that I missed before. There you go, and how are you doing? Sorry I missed you. Twitch is being Twitch. It's still not connecting me to the chat on that tab. Tried lowering the tier in the controller. I can't lower the tier in the controller. It needs to be LuV. I tried plugging out and in again. I have not. I don't think it's the... I don't know what's going on with it. Like, it's got power in here. It's got a 64 amp LuV substation bloody dynamo hatch. It's just not getting the power for some reason. Oh, I wonder if it is the fact that we had the explosion before. Nope, still not transferring enough. Hey, random. How's it going? Plus, we can't underclock these either. I don't know why this is not outputting what it's supposed to be outputting. Like, it's got power in it. Let's just try and redo the connection again entirely. I am going to have to rename this, though. Don't make me just use transformers. No. Not transferring enough. What? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what's going on here. Why would it all of a sudden just stop outputting? I genuinely don't know here. I'm confused. Controller's got power. There's stored power. What's weird is that even when we pause it, it's not filling up with power. Well, no, even if it wasn't giving it, I don't know. Let's make another 4 of these. It's going to be something like that I'm doing wrong. I'm pretty certain of that, but I just can't see what. I got no idea. I am so utterly lost here. Oh, we're not even using that much power at the minute. We've got more than enough spare to run 1 amp of LuV. So why is it doing this? And this is the first thing I've come across that has, like, actually properly stumped me. And the fact that it's not receiving power at all. And the annoying thing is, if I break this, we're going to lose all of the items we get from it that we had in here. So if I break and replace this, I think we lose everything. We're going to have to craft it all again. Yeah. No, it's not transferring anything. It's not transferring any power at all. Oh my fucking god. Shit. Even more stupid than that, Tribble. Nope. Even more stupid than that, Hubris. Read what Whaler or One Probe or whatever the fuck it is in this says at the top. Like I said, even more stupid. I'm so used to these already being configured to I'm so used to these already being configured to paste with EU peer-to-peer. I just forgot. Shit. Okay, well let's redo that again then, shall we? Well, we voided all those items for nothing. Hey, surprisingly enough, my item peer-to-peer was not transferring any fucking power. It's weird that. It's funny how that works. Oh, Jesus. It's sort of, this is kind of like the equivalent of when you're coding something and then you've accidentally missed like a semicolon somewhere. And like everything just breaks. Again, no lesson was learnt. I've already done this several times like before. I'm not going to learn any more fucking lessons from it. Oh, Jesus. Note to self, don't try and transfer power on an item peer-to-peer. It doesn't work. Right, I think we can... Oh, no, we can cancel that. Shall we try that again? I was so confused. Like, I genuinely had no idea what was going on. Lesson learned is the power we transferred along the way. That's the thing. We didn't transfer any fucking power along the way. It's only after we were done. How are we doing for TBU fuel now? And uranium. Oh, did I change these? Yeah. We are starting to run a little short on uranium here, so we're going to need to leave the TBU fuel running for a bit. Oh, that was daft. Oh, I'm clever, me. All right. Hearing at the units with tunnel vision, indeed. Fucking hell. That was so stupid. What was it? What were we even doing anyway? Oh, right, we were making the Naquita coil blocks. I think what I'm gonna do, I'll get this dual hatch sorted, and then we'll start making the Naquita coil blocks. I'll leave that craft going after the end of the stream. And then when we come back tomorrow, we should have the 42 Naquita coils that we need. I do want to upgrade these as well. So maybe I'll do the 42 for the EBFs and start those going today. And then we'll just request the, what is it? 48 more that we need for that. I'll do that in the morning before the stream. At least I'm just glad at least nobody else noticed that as well. So nobody else can sit there and just laugh at me like like I'm an idiot. We can all be idiots together. Just me especially. God damn it. Right, the Naquita doped wafers. I'm the Naquita thing. I'm gonna go and put these through the cutter. If I can remember what the input is. Let's put those through there. Ah, shit. Fair enough. You have an excuse, Kitardon. Quiet. You have an excuse. I don't. This is not the first time I've done this either. That's the worst thing about it. There we go. That works a little better. All right, so we've got to replace something. I guess we can replace this one. I guess we're not crafting anything now, are we? If we replace that with a dual hatch, and then we put that in there. Let's just make one Naquita coil for now to make sure this works. Make sure I haven't broken anything else. I'm going to play the same card Quiet is playing. Yeah, I'm playing that too. I'm playing in like 160p. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. That seems to be working though. Right, let me move the rest of these patterns from here. We can now get rid of this. My aim is to get rid of like all of this stuff in here so we can repurpose this for something else. But yeah, all of these using like various just random fluids that we should now be able to put down here. Right, let me just space these out a little bit so things can go in some kind of logical order, or somewhat logical order. So we can have all of the coils together. So cupronickel, canthal. Where's nichrome? There's a nichrome. Does it really go from nichrome to RTM? It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Then the RSS, then the HV energy hatch. There we go. Right. We have some things. I don't know why we've still got the vacuum tubes in there. I don't think we use them for anything anymore. All right. Anyway, You know what? Can we just request what do we need? 42 plus 48, so 90. Can I just request 90 of these? No, I am missing a lot of osmium ingots. Why do I not have osmium ingots craftable? Oh, because we didn't have LuV power in our EBFs before, did we? That's right. Now we do. What I say, 90? There we go. Right, that is probably going to take about an hour or so to craft. But that's fine. On that note, though, we are going to call it there. I need to go and get some food and try and cool down a little bit. But thank you, everyone, for being here. As always, it is massively appreciated. It's been a fun stream today. We've got some decent progress made. We all made some daft mistakes. Absolutely not just me. That was totally not just me. I'm going to blame everybody. But thank you, Ziddick, for the raid. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the follows. They are all appreciated. If you could stick around for a few more minutes, I will see if I can find somebody to send you all over to. Also, does anybody know what's happened to where Banana's been recently? I've not seen him in a while. Is he... Oh, I already know where we're going. Has anybody seen Banana in a while? Is he... I've missed his streams recently, and I didn't know if he's just kind of gone on holiday or if anybody knows what's happened to him. I hope he's okay, wherever he is. You too, Crafty. Yeah, they've been back in since Guitar and I think they were fine. They never like responded to what actually happened. I didn't ask. Wait, who's going on vacation? Okay, so he is still around. Okay, so as long as he's all right. Yeah, they seem to be fine, as far as I can tell. But we are going to go and see JJ. He is being crazy again and trying his GTNH Steam-only run. It looks like he is only just getting started. He does look like he's using flint tools at the minute, so he's only just getting started. Let's go and give him shit for doing crazy things like this. All right, everybody, I will be back tomorrow. We'll hopefully have our Naquita coils by then, and we can start working towards fusion at some point soon. I think once we've got the fusion stuff up and running and we've got some ZPM power, then we'll take that opportunity to take another break from progress for a while and do some more building. That will probably be the kind of like the last major stage of building, I think. And we'll take that time to do some more building, get some more of the interior stuff done with that. So I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, guys, as far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, /me, #ChachaVaRaid. Copy that message along with, and then paste it into the chat once we get to JJ's, along with any heart emotes that you have available. They don't have to be mine, any will do. Just show him a little bit of love. He is good people, JJ is. If a little crazy. Would you please highlight the right thing? Thank you. There we go. All right. Okay, everybody, have an amazing rest of your day. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Just take care of yourselves.